lot of resources. So yeah, that's a very interesting topic and to learn about and read about and talk about. So yeah, I'm
Why,
glad
why
you're
don't
here.
Why don't we start with some of that?
Some of your questions, some of Eva's
Some
questions.
of Eva's questions and your tips and the
Sure, I don't mind.
yeah.
Who have you read? Who do you like, Eva?
Okay. Actually, I have I don't even know much about all the philosophers. I just have the question that okay, like after I die, where I really go, what is the meaning of life, and all this is not like the philosopher. They talk about it, and I heard about all those people like uh, Plato, like those
Yeah,
uh, every, like Kant and Kant. All I heard about all those philosophers' names. I don't know how they answer my question.
yeah. Well, I mean, we get a lot of people who are newcomers, and they say a lot of the same thing. Yeah, just brand new to philosophy. They don't know where to start. Where do you start? How do you? Yeah, um, yeah. My recommendation would be there are, intro to philosophy courses. There's, like philosophy 101 classes that are posted. Now, some of them are on YouTube, and you can go through them. It's a lot fun, more fun to do it with other people too. But yeah, there are introduction books,
Yeah.
and there are universities that post their entire classes online. Openculture.org, I think, has a lot of philosophy lectures. Um, got somebody, I think, maybe coming in.
I'll check it out.
Yeah,
Openculture.org.
yeah. There's a lot of stuff on there. Here we go. Here we go. Okay, there's Fred.
Hi,
Because he likes being
Fred.
called Fred. Okay, you here, Fred? Hi. Yeah, philosophy is the most interesting thing there is to learn about and study about. So I certainly recommend everybody. I mean, it can change your life. It can change the way you see the world, and that's a good thing. Changes your
Okay,
perspective on
philosopher.
how we interact and what the world is and life and existence. Yeah, exactly. That's what good philosophy is supposed to do. Change the way you think about the world.
Are you a philosopher?
Hold on, the Ibrahim stalled.
Okay, yeah, Fred, if you'd like to
Hold
come in, I'll let you, but we're getting just a little bit of feedback.
So let me. Can I start talking
Yeah, go
about
ahead. Yeah, go
Eva's
ahead,
issues?
James.
Okay. So one of the things that we generally distinguish with in philosophy is philosophy and belief systems. So in other words, atheism or theism, afterlife beliefs, things things that we don't necessarily know the answer to. You know, those are not generally subjects for philosophy. Those are subjects for theology. So if we have a firm belief that there is a God or there isn't a God, or we're going to go to a special place when we die, or we don't go anywhere, you know, because we're mammals after all. So whatever we believe about mysterious things that don't have evidence, we don't usually consider in philosophy. Although there was a time in Europe when everybody was a Christian. Like, in other words, you pretty much were living in a monastery, or you were living in a town and you were fairly ignorant because you didn't have systems. The only really schools were those for the training of the monks, and not the training of the ordinary people. Matter of fact, the skilled ordinary people would become troubadours. They would become poets and musicians, and in a lot of the societies. But philosophy did develop. So after the ancient Romans began to disperse because of the attacks on Rome, especially in the third and fourth centuries, the third, fourth, and fifth centuries. So the after that dispersal of the Roman civilization, the Christian civilization emerged fairly strong, and by the 10th, 11th centuries, you started to have new kinds of philosophy being talked about, written about, in the that weren't just theology, weren't just like books about how to worship Jesus or God, but they were philosophical books, and they started to emerge. So most of that happened in the between the 8th and the 11th century, I guess, and it also happened in the Muslim world. So the Muslims also had books of philosophy at that time. So there was actually, you could say there was actually progress in philosophy, even though the world was dominated by religion, that everyone, pretty much belonged to a monotheistic faith at that time. But later on there was a movement in Western culture called the Enlightenment, and during the Enlightenment, people started to think that maybe science and technology and daily life was more important, not daily life, but science, technology, and civilization was, and economics was becoming more important than faith. So would you consider yourself a person of faith, or are you just sort of like investigating a lot of ideas, Eva?
Okay, actually, I did know something about the Buddhism, and our Chinese culture have Taoism, and I was brought up as Catholic. I went to Catholic school, and I also was a Protestant Christian. But okay, I don't really believe. Actually, I don't know. I mean, what the Bible, what the Protestant in the church told me about. You know what I
So
mean?
interesting.
Heaven or earth or life after death. Once you baptize, you go to heaven. I don't really believe in all those, because I baptized at the time I was young, and my friend are very kind to me. They just brought me to church, and I want social acceptance and just all those.
Interesting. Yeah. Okay. So that's fine. Yeah. So that's all. I just wanted to sort of say that even though there were times when philosophers were generally religious, there are also a lot of times, most of the times that philosophy has been written, philosophers were not religious people. So you have to be very careful about looking for religion or answers to religious questions. Philosophy deals with ideas about mind, action, ethics, And that's where religion and philosophy coincide to a certain extent. Religion generally teaches ethics and cares about ethics. Many philosophers believe in ethics, so that's where the two coincide. But as far as beliefs about the nature of deities and the nature of an afterlife and so forth, those are not considered by most modern philosophers. Don't consider them, and that's simply a result of that's really just a result of the Enlightenment. The fact that philosophers who were openly religious began to become fewer and fewer. One of the last ones was named Leibniz. Leibniz, in terms of major philosophers who were religious, Leibniz would be about the breaking point. The last one who talked about God and Christianity was Leibniz. That was in the early 17th century or late 16th century? I forget.
Sounds right.
About there, yeah. So that's where people got out of the habit of mixing philosophy with religion, and that made in a way that started with Descartes, but not so much Descartes, but also other people. But Leibniz was around the line. Leibniz is considered a great philosopher and a great scientist, and he was also incredibly Catholic. Hi, Fred. How you doing?
Okay. I agree with you that some philosophers started on religion, but after the religion becomes all superstitious and not keeping on time, then the philosophers obviously went away from religion. At our age, again, the postmodern area, the philosophers are turning to religion because with the new religion like Baha'i faith, which completely eliminates all those old superstitions and brings up new philosophy. But the philosophy was invented to give our life meaning and purpose. It wasn't just to play masturbate with words. So that's what I think.
Hey, thank you, Fred. Eva, go ahead.
Now, I ask you a question. Just now, you said philosopher doesn't address the theology or religious item, and I think to me the basic our human problem or question is what our meaning and do we have life? What's our life for? And what
Exactly.
heaven or earth? I mean that is a basic question of humanity. And if the philosopher doesn't address the meaning of life, then what we are talking about?
Yeah.
Well, okay. Philosophers are interested in language and meaning, and what I would say is that modern philosophers are interested in the meaning. Many philosophers are interested in meanings in general. That's sort of like, and many philosophers are interested in the meaning of being, and in terms of like having a meaning of life that more or less applies to human life. Yes, you could say that many philosophers do talk about things that impinge on the meaning of life. There's other philosophers who almost exclusively do logic and language. There's also that going on. So, and I'm not saying that no one is religious anymore. I mean, there are lots of philosophers who write books that are very religious, or they have chapters in the books that talk about their religion and so forth. So they have there's a crossing over. There's no question about that. It's just that there's a tradition in philosophy that might come from the Greeks. The Greeks were not terribly religious, so the Greek philosophers did not relate their own philosophy very much to the gods. They would just talk about it very cursorily, like Socrates, for example.
He was believing in God.
Yeah, we can say that. We can say that.
And
Right.
all the people were monotheists.
Right. We can say that the 4th century BCE, philosophers did have made references to God, but there were very few. There were very few, and there's no. I don't believe there's any treatises in no dialogues. I don't think there's any dialogues from Plato that deal exclusively with the deity. That was pretty much an invention of Christianity that came later.
That you see this the whole thing in sciences and the philosophy. The thing is like a pyramid. All ends in one point. Like they are trying in physics to get one theory that explains everything. As the sciences grow, they get involved with each other. They get into each other towards oneness. So every philosopher has been aware of it. Not every philosopher, but deep thinkers. And that's it's possible that they didn't agree with the superstitious religion, but they did believe in one agent, controlling agent, oneness that we will attain someday to it. It gives meaning to life. Otherwise, it becomes meaningless if you don't believe in the superpower.
David, do you believe this idea that there's a pyramid of knowledge, and anything else that we're talking about? We've been talking about. Do you want to weigh in?
Yeah, that's what everybody always says. I'm too quiet, and I wish I could participate, but I don't think meaning only comes from a theological standpoint. I mean, there's many different ways to derive meaning.
Religion itself is a philosophy.
Yeah. Oh, it's one of the more popular ones, but it's not the only way to get meaning out of life. Many people would have other ways of deriving meaning.
I think the Greek philosopher they still address the meaning of life, right? Otherwise, what they are addressing for, because everything is our meaning of life here in the earth. Even you talk about maybe I heard about Plato and also about utopian, about the democracy. I mean, they are all part of the meaning of our life, is it?
Well, yeah, you could say that. They're certainly concerned about the meaning of words. I mean, they talk about, like you said, they talk about actually the Greeks invented democracy, as you know. So that's one kind of political system for that is relevant today. The other thing they also worshipped. The Greeks also were religious. They worshipped a what do you call it? A group of gods. Pantheon. That's right. Pantheon, which means that gods that had a right to exist, gods that had a function in Greek life. Not any one of them was more existent than the other, but any one of them could be summoned as a resource to add meaning and content to one's own life, even if it meant going to pay someone to perform a ritual, or to learn something from a wise man, or even to buy a book. Plato. Interestingly, Plato was a publisher. Does anybody know that? That's why he wrote so many dialogues. He was getting money for them, and he had other dialogues that didn't survive, dialogues that weren't by Aristotle, or no, that weren't didn't have Socrates in them, didn't survive. But he had other books that were about other philosophers in his bookstore, and he would. But these yeah. So they by the time, I guess by that time, by the 4th century BCE, atheism began to become popular to a certain extent. And Aristotle, what was it? Socrates. Socrates was forced to drink hemlock because of being on the accusation of atheism and corrupting the youth. And it's true. His lifestyle might have been too radical.
He was accused of being monotheist. Not the atheists were persecuting him because he was against them. He was telling the youth there's a purpose to life. They behave, and they were in their desires, trying to satisfy their desires. Corruption. It was a very corrupt society. To my idea of religion is that whoever did what, it doesn't matter to me. It matters to me what I think and what I believe. And I think that most worthful things that philosophers did, they eliminated prejudice and imitation. They said, come and think for yourself. Use logic and think. Methodology. Methodology is the important thing for philosophy. What somebody believes, it doesn't do anything to me. I don't even give a damn. I want to think for myself. I don't, but they teach us how to think, how to do ourselves, because that's my life. Nobody else is going to live my life.
Good point.
Okay, I ask you a question, Brad. If religion, if philosophy teach us how to think as an individual, and then religion is against philosophy. You see, because religion, they want you to think of this way. The church, you have to think in this way. You have to believe this way.
This was the religions of the past, before mankind's attaining the stage that they can think for themselves. You see, couple hundred years ago, majority of people were imitators. They couldn't think of their own. But now we are in a different stage. Every child says why. That's in the Bible. It says when the Lord comes, every child will be knowing more than professors of the past, and every child asks parents why. So we have come to the different age. We have passed to listen to pastors, to ministers. Those are gone. In our age, they don't mean a damn thing.
Have you been to?
You have to think for yourself.
Oh, but have you been to the church?
I don't go to the church.
If you go to the church, then you will see that, okay, the pastor wants you to believe in this all the doctrine.
Then don't go to the church. The church is gone. The time for church that they went to listen to see what the religion is, what the pastor says, is gone.
No, they're one-third of people. No, one-third of the population belong to Christian church, and I don't know how many belong to Islam, and
No, you can read history. This gentleman is very good in history. He was explaining to us all his history of philosophy. It is okay to learn history of philosophy, but that's not philosophy. That's history of philosophy. Today, you have to think for yourself. This coming of age of mankind, that area is gone. The one area you're talking about is gone. Today, you have to think for yourself, reason for yourself, have your own way of thinking. So this is coming of age of man. We were not.
Okay, I think we have to distinguish between ideas that are philosophical and ideas that are really what's the word for it? It's a very difficult word. I always forget it. It's the word that means we're coming to an end. We're coming to a high point. We're coming to a summation of history. In other words,
Teleology.
teleology. Thank you so much, David. The teleological ideas are kind of a general something that generally affects religion. You mentioned Baha'i, and Baha'i is a confessed religion. It is a religion. So this is the and there are religions that don't confess. There are religions that are secret religions that where people take these same kinds of principles, that life is coming to a pinnacle, that the meaning of life has already been discovered and it's known by our sect. Not that there's anything wrong with any particular sect, or that there's something better with my sect. All I mean is that
That's the wrong idea to say that our sect, our religion is the last and the best. No, that's not.
I'm sorry if I understand you, but don't interrupt, and we'll have a better chance to hear you later. Please, Fred. The idea is that we have kind of an opportunity to learn these things, and we can learn. We know where to go to learn them. We know we can go to Baha'i to learn Baha'i things. We can go to the Catholic Church to learn Catholic things. We can go to a Buddhist scholar or a Buddhist monk and learn Buddha things. So those are all possible. All these things are possible. And of course, an expert on Taoism is able to show us Taoist things, which are very, very interesting. And I would say many of them are very philosophical. And there are religions that combine these things, no question about it. But the point about philosophy is is a little dry. Philosophy tries to find the essence of the matter. Philosophy believes that things have an essence, and everything has an essence, and when we investigate things and try to find their essence, we begin to understand our life and reality better, and we actually may be able to come to the meanings for things, such as the meaning for existence, and so on and so forth.
I fully agree.
Ben, I wanted to welcome you. Hi. This is David. He's running the meetup.
Yeah, I've been around once in
Yeah.
a while. You know, he's a
I've seen
great
you
guy.
Ah,
Yeah. He's a little bit like I call him like the patient in the dentist. You know, he has to fool. But it's everything like that. You know, but the way I see it is, I don't think we have a biology. But the mind and biology are two different things, and they are the same.
Interesting. So when you say there are two different things, and the two different things are the same. Okay, so you're saying there's two things, but they're different yet the same. So there's the contradiction.
Yes.
Can you elaborate a little bit more?
It's not a contradiction, because you have to realize which one comes first, and then what comes later. In other words, it's like your brain is made to process information and patterns and different kind of vibration and sounds and whatever, and but which one came first? In other words, it's like the ability to process information come first, or the information comes later.
Great. Hi, Christopher. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
And I say, for some reason, I don't know. I really don't know. That's the fact. I don't know, because I always have a bias, like a blind spot. That's me. I am the blind spot of myself. I mean, I cannot see beyond me. So whatever I think is always in the bias of what I think. And that's the problem in relation to other thoughts. So, but that's the only situation you have, and that's the only reality you have. And you have to make a judgment based on that ability to gather information and your elemental conditions that you have and you possess. So, if you were an eagle, you can see far away and very clearly. If you are an animal can hear well, you can hear very far, like miles away. So those abilities are biological. Um, the mind doesn't do that. We don't have really a scanner that can scan other people's. Well, some people may say they do, but we really don't. We cannot hear or other people's thoughts. And if we did, probably would go crazy. Uh, because we got influenced by our own thoughts. So we can hear our own thoughts, our own biology, our own heart, our own ears. So whatever we know, it's always limited to what we know. So really, at the end of the day, we don't know.
We always can learn. The purpose is independent investigation of truth. So you have independently, our brain judges every second. We judge. That is the function of the brain. So we have to make sure that our methodology is correct. We might get into wrong results, but if the methodology is correct, it will correct itself. If methodology is wrong, then it won't. So we have to be very flexible, very agreeable to whatever we think is truth and change to that stage. Otherwise, we will stay in the same place.
That's what I say. I think we're always limited to our own biology, our own thinking. Because
we always will be limited. We are progressing. We are in the elementary school. We are in the grade 2, grade 1. We are growing. So that's accepted.
Yeah.
So thank you, Ben. Christopher, I want to welcome you. Big welcome here, and please don't be bored anymore. And I think we, as you might have figured out already, we're discussing the difference between philosophy and religion. Religion covers things that can't be necessarily proven from evidence that we don't know about, like the existence of God or the non-existence of God. There's an afterlife or no afterlife, or how long the afterlife lasts and where it goes, and so on and so forth. So all these and also another thing came up, the teleology, the idea that the general sense that there's a purpose of that there's a purpose of life that is actually knowable, that there's an end result of things. So an end result of creation, an end result of life, and so on and so forth. So, or an end result of thinking, perhaps. That I classify those things as teleological. The idea that everybody who is a scientist will be king, or that anyone who that all things will be known, and it's just a matter of time before we complete that. Philosophy usually settles for language, meaning, and so on, but you must have some ideas on that, Christopher.
Yeah, I do. First off, you can't tell me not to be bored. If I want to be bored, it is my God-given or whatever given prerogative, and I enjoy my boredom when it happens. But I'll say this.
What's a hope? It's a desire not to be that you're not bored.
No, well, if you stare at it long enough and if you see through it, it can either be serenity or misery. It's just I think there's a little bit of personal teleology in what becomes of boredom when it happens. So I'll say that I like a lot of what Nietzsche said. I think he was very poetic. I like that he said that for me, my truths are soaked in blood. So to me, you know, there's a part of me that can engage in every kind of imagination about what's beyond the hereafter, and you know, where we come from and whatnot. But I like practical things, and I like the things that I earned through pain and suffering. That you know, I feel like the pearls of wisdom I've collected from life help me avoid unnecessary suffering. So I can dabble in, you know, abstract metaphysics and whatnot, but it's hard for me to find relevance in it. It's just well, I'll cross that bridge when I get there. You know, it's not worth it to me to start counting my chickens before they hatch now, saying, oh, you know, if I act this way or that way, you know, on the other side, this or that. Like, no one no one has told me from their lifeless corpse what it's like, and how I should act. So until then, it's not worth the dedication of space, unless of course I'm trying to humor someone for some, you know, self-interested purpose, and I'm just trying to fit into a, you know, like a secret agent, you know, like a wolf in sheep's clothing. Like I'm trying to finagle something. Other than that, I don't have much use for afterlives and whatnot. You were talking about purpose, and I don't know. I heard the word meaning earlier. I like purpose a lot better. It kind of throws in the goal-oriented side of things a little bit more. But well, for me, you know, because it's just like you ask yourself, what's this cup? What's the meaning of this cup? Really, I think when we're saying what's the meaning of something, we're saying why. Why did this happen? You know, why is the cup here? Or you know, what's the meaning of this or that? And well, so if we're asking like why are we here, like what's the purpose of it? Well, I think it's a work in progress, but we can look at what's going on and say this is a result of what came before. So obviously, this is part of the purpose. So I don't know if it'll ever be completely known in some kind of like we're omniscient objective beings. I think that's a mirage. But I think this is a part of that purpose. You know, there's more to it we're not experiencing right now, but this is at least a part of it. And I don't think there's any hubris in being kind of certain about that. You know,
I think I think purpose is very good word, and the purpose of one person may be different from another. It's a little bit connected with identity, but it's also like you said, there's always a purpose in existence. Well, so like in other words, our being here is existence, and existence is kind of like how we demark purpose, and that's how we take care of what results from purpose. So I like your introducing that concept. Let's go to Ben. He had his hand up. You're muted, Ben.
I'm sorry. Well, philosophy and religion, if you look farther you go in the past, there was no separation between the two. And in a way that if you look today, still you have shamanic religions, and they do have knowledge. Taoism, you know, things like that, that for some reason stay there, you know, and even in any religion, it has some kind of shamanistic ritual in them that has no logic in it, or no kind of thing. What happened is this pure logic of the Greeks and other ones that try to look at things in an extremely rational way. There's an emotional, natural world that does not need this logic. When you go to a park, you're not trying to think where you are. You just enjoy the trees and the sea or the water and nature. So nature itself is non-philosophical. Whatever we will give it meaning to nature but nature itself does not need meaning. So the mind always is trying to create names, words, concept, meaning. We try to put things together in order to create some kind of purpose when there is no purpose. Everybody find purpose or look for purpose or would like to have purpose, because the most thing we are afraid is to realize there's no purpose. We're horrified because think about money. You think the world before money was different? Of course. Time was different. It was the same time, but was no money. So value was different. Time perception was different. Why? Because you didn't have to pay no bills. So nothing was in a cycle of payment. There was no calendar. So there was nothing, just like the moon was coming out and astrology. The natural world is where you forget yourself. And by forgetting yourself, okay, yeah. Go ahead. Sorry.
No, I understand. That was good. And forgetting yourself can definitely turn you into a nullity at least. So, I think you're bringing up a really important point, Ben. The philosophy is done only by humans. Nature has no philosophy, and as soon as we start to assign philosophical ideas to nature in any way, like the world does this, or the world has a mind, or basically any kind of like any kind of purely philosophical reasoning about nature will tend not to be very useful, not very true, because philosophy is only done by one kind of being, and that's human beings. So, Ava, you're sitting up. You're going to say something else? No.
It almost looks like she's walking on a treadmill.
I swear. Maybe.
Oh, okay, cool.
That's the impression I got, but I could be wrong. I will say this, James. When you're not talking and your mic is not muted, I can hear this click that's like pretty constant. And
Pen.
I don't know if you.
Sorry.
That's a pen.
Yeah.
I didn't know. I've invaded a couple videos you were participating in, and the click was
yeah.
So I'm not so sure that humans are the only things that philosophize. I can't speak for other beings, but no, I imagine that they're capable of it. I mean, dogs we can pretty easily infer are dreaming, just like cats when we see them. We can imagine them running down the beach or whatnot. I think any nervous system of a certain complexity has so many calibrating factors going on. For me, I use the word model to describe like an individual's specific calibration, and a model is just another word for saying philosophy, So if we were to take a model and say, oh, everyone should abide by this, we can call it an ideology or religion, but it's still just the same thing. It's a way of navigating the world we live in. So some like Buddhism calls itself not really a religion sometimes. Some people call it a religion, but they'll refer to themselves as a philosophy with practice. But it's got all the trappings of religion. It's like the Church of Satan was started by Anton LaVey. They don't have nonprofit religious status, and they even say that it's a mutual admiration society. They just like calling themselves a church for fun, but they call themselves philosophers. They consider themselves anti-Christian philosophers. So I think whether one thing's defined this way or that's just a matter of personal tastes of the people involved and those who were describing it from the outside. You know, I like the term you said, as confessed. I think you were saying earlier, a confessed religion. You know, yeah, we're calling ourselves a collective faith. You know, so but I don't think that's necessary. That's just, you know, like they're putting the seal on themselves without needing to meet someone else have them live up to some kind of criteria of religion. But so I guess the thing is so I don't think it's horrifying. I don't know if I'm taking your words out of context, Ben, that if life is purposeless, that it's horrifying. I don't know. I think that was the word you used. I think it's like boredom. You know, if you've got enough practice at it, well, in some sense, it's horrifying to an established philosophy. If everyone and everything you do does things according to this, like you were saying, money and calendars, and you know, you've got to go to business and stuff. Yeah, there's a vacuum now of purposelessness where once in a social fabric, there's, you know, hustle and bustle and things to do, and now all of a sudden, it's all pointless. Like, what's the point? I don't even need to do that, you know, whether I'm punished or not. It doesn't matter, you know. I think for some people, if they're lucky, that it can be a great relief. Purposelessness, you know, in the universal, in the ultimate sense, you know, it can be a great freedom. You can do whatever you want. You know, this is as good as a dream. You know, just what's worth it to you. I think the problem is that we are teleological beings, just like any organism. We our body sustains homeostasis, you know, a certain blood glucose level. You know, we have certain margins of like goal orientation that we need simply just for survival at any given moment. Like, it doesn't take but a few seconds of certain cells in our system not getting those needs met, and we'll fall apart very quickly. You know, we'll begin the process of dying. So I think the problem is that there's no way to talk about anything meaningfully, whatever meaningfully means, without some kind of teleological language, without some kind of language of purpose. Like the evolutionary thinkers, they cannot do this. They try so hard, but you can catch them almost reliably using and invoking, oh, well, they adapted this way in order to accomplish this, because that's what it does. That's what the perk of this adaptation or whatever does for them. It's so hard for them to say, no, this mutation somewhere back down the right. It just becomes so convoluted to say this mutation that just happened to happen by luck and randomness happened to be more effective, and the offspring that inherited that just happened to be more effective at making more offspring. But even the use of the word effective, you know, so people hate boiling down their language to a non-teleological tautology. The replicating machine that doesn't replicate itself doesn't have offspring that replicate. And it's just it can be just horribly sterile and boring when you're trying to tease any kind of, well, what does this mean? You know, what we can use this. So yeah, I was just saying it's a damn near impossibility to avoid it.
So I would say that it's not impossible to be disciplined. And the discipline that most philosophers use, and this even goes back to people like, I don't know, like Descartes did it. He was probably the first. I throw this out before. Almost all the Greek philosophers did it. There might be some shame in Plato because he does have Socrates or other people drop the word gods in a few of the dialogues, but not very many of them. There's just like 40 dialogues, and maybe there's maybe about 3 or 4 where the word gods come up. It's not a constant part of the conversation, and but but the gods isn't the subject we're talking about here. We're talking about elements that are basically usually not considered philosophical, like teleology, which you could accuse evolution of being teleological, but that's science. That's not philosophy. So this idea that and I would disagree with that. I would say that the idea that you can have evolution and that you can have selected traits is not a teleological idea. It's an idea that you can assign teleology to if you want to, and if you can get away with it. But it's not something assigning a but talking about selection or preference. You could do that in philosophy. You could talk about preference, but the fact that you can say you have a preference for the word purpose over the word I forget what the other word was, being, goal, yeah, whatever. You know, that you don't have, that doesn't have to be teleological either. That can just simply be projective. In other words, we're indicating that there's a tendency or a intention in the thinking and the being that thinks a certain thing. So philosophy will tend to tackle those things that have to do with human thinking, including methodology. But the methodologies that we'll try to avoid in philosophy are things like teleology, things that aren't that contradict the sciences, because philosophy isn't a super science. Philosophy is just kind of like alongside the sciences. It's just a science of thinking, and maybe nothing better than that. You know, it's just like, in other words, how can we think about things in general clearly? Do we need better words? Do we need better ways to form our expressions? Do we need key concepts? And if you want to read philosophers and not just figure out your personal philosophy on your own, you're going to need to be prepared for a lot of philosophers who are not going to be talking about teleological concepts. Although, like I said, that kind of ended with Leibniz. So if you want to see the flowering of that, there are some books by Leibniz that, you know, and he wasn't talking about calculus and a lot of other brilliant things. He was talking about philosophy and mixing it with his Catholicism. So we can see that in few philosophers, but since that time, not very many. Locke, the British guys, Locke, Hobbes, they would try to form they're basically building their philosophy on Plato in a certain sense. They were trying to create knowledge of what is good, what is preferable, what is provable, and that was the direction of philosophy back in the 17th, 18th, 19th century, was this tendency to try to reduce philosophy down to what is provable. And as a science, if you consider philosophy as science, then that exists today. In other words, we differentiate philosophy from theology that way. There has to be a constant kind of like a logical communication between people, and it can't be just spiritual. Although there hasn't been a complete lack of spiritualism in philosophy. In the 19th century, there were plenty of books written about what might be wrong about religion. In other words, people like Ludwig Feuerbach and Max Stirner, Friedrich Nietzsche. We were talking about before. Somebody was talking about Nietzsche. It was the what is actually if you use these religious ideas like teleology, like everything has an outcome which is leading in the same direction. That is what Kant would call a private pleasure. And Kant was one of these people who back in the 18th century pretty much was able to eliminate all of the pretty much all of the God words from his philosophy, even though he was reported to be privately religious. So the tendency is for philosophy to do it not on roller skates, but do it in a careful, disciplined, pedestrian manner. And so you have to be prepared for that, because if all you want to do is be a Buddhist, or if all you want to do is be a Christian, you have to be able to mix and match these things without being too disappointed. Don't be disappointed if you go back to something the great humanist philosopher Heidegger and find out that, well, this doesn't cover animals going to heaven, some other idea that I'm trying to think about, because you'll find that each philosopher is different in his thinking, and just simply presents something for you to learn from, just like Aristotle did and Plato did and others did before them. Go ahead, Eva. Turn off your mute. Yeah.
Yeah, can I ask a question? And because just now Christopher talked about the meaning, and I suddenly remember a book by Viktor Frankl. He is a
Man's Search for Meaning.
Yeah, very famous book, The Search for Meaning. And okay, excuse my ignorance in philosophy first, okay? I just wonder, okay, how can we reconcile philosophy with psychology? Because we human beings, we really, our search for meaning is just for our good and our existence. And I assume that if philosophers, what they address to should be for our human good and for our meaning, or maybe philosophical or psychological or whatever you call it. Then is it possible that we reconcile the philosophy with psychology? Because if psychologist, for me, I'm just a very ignorant human. What I just want is just to be happy, to have found a meaning in life. And if psychologists then can address this and can tell us, oh, gratefulness and happiness and joy and all this make me have purpose in life, so I won't be lost in the world, in the culture, in everything, then I think it will be good, because nowadays, for example, if I look at Chinese culture, before they have Taoism, Confucius, they give them a meaning of life, what they do in their life. But now, because of the what they call Taoism, yeah, no, what they call who is the British? The British biologists who said we humans are just evolved from animals. What's his name?
Darwin?
Yeah, Darwin. Because of Darwin, now the whole China, what they teach of the student is, oh, we are just progress on animals. Okay, we have no meaning in our life. They don't even recognize Taoism, Buddhism, and all the religion. They're just opium in their mind. That is why we can see that the Chinese nowadays, even they are richer than 30 years ago. They don't have the meaning of life, and their ethics and morality is haven't improved. And it looks like they are so lost. And even the Western country, now they don't believe in any religion. And just now, what the Fred just talk about what he called, we can think for ourselves. We can choose ourselves. Optimal thinking is the best. But how many of us, for me, okay, I don't think I am in that In fact, I'm not that clever. I don't have that education to have that wise, to be so individually, independently, and have the ability. That's what he told us. If there's no somebody told us about the culture, what we just think of sometimes. And that's why we see so many people, they are lost, they are rich, but they are not happy.
Okay. Well, I have millions of dollars and I'm happy. No, I'm kind of poor myself. I just had to interfere. Sorry, Eva. I just want to get my little bit in. I won't say too much. I just all I can say about the subject, okay, is there's only one kind of animal, Darwinistically speaking, that creates meaning, and that's people like us. So. There's no other animal. I mean, you've read great books on the subject. You must have some idea. But my opinion on the government line that you were probably talking about on meaning is I kind of agree with that. When I heard that, I kind of lit up because we do it ourselves. We all have, and I keep meeting people that say, I have a great philosophy of life. What's your philosophy of life? And I feel like the dumbest philosopher that ever lived because I'm a little better at it now. But for a long time, I had no philosophy of life, whatever. I just kind of like, I could explain Stoicism like a champ. I could get everybody on the right page, whatever the discussion was. But I had what's my philosophy of life? I don't have a philosophy of life. I just have knowledge of philosophy. And as far as meaning goes, yeah, I mean, I disagree with you there, Ava, just because I believe we're all smart enough to do that. We're all smart enough we don't have to be told what to believe. That's all. That's my final word on it. But go ahead, Christopher or Ben, whoever wants to speak.
No, I am. First of all, Christopher, I'm impressed. Second, yeah. For Eva, this is very interesting because if you look at the Eastern way of life, in one way, they're very collective. In other words, their psyche is very collective. I mean, the good, like you said, Eva, the good for, if a philosopher will have an idea of something, it should be for the good of everybody. And my saying on that, because I come from a Western point of mind, I won't say bad words here because we're in Zoom, maybe we get recorded or something. But the individualistic aspect of the West is supreme. It's supreme. Why? Because, like James says, you have the right to think by yourself, and you have the right to create the thought that you want to think. And by being able to do that, you separate yourself from the collective. At the same time, you're part of the collective because you depend on the collective, but you're not thinking as the collective. You can put CNN anytime. But is this what you want to listen to? Is this what you want to believe in? Our media today is the religious world, is the world that opens put the face in our eyes so we can hear and see what somebody else wants us to hear and see. But you're going to process, as soon as you see it, you're processing it. You got caught. I say nature individual in nature, not the collective. I say no to the collective. Because if you look at the end, any collective fails. There's no collective that lasts forever. At the same time, we survive in the collective. For us to survive in nature, so a tiger don't eat us, a lion don't eat us, in the savannah or whatever, we're chimps. We need a collective. We need a society. But at the same time, the niche for ourselves is extremely important. And our fight is to preserve our own individuality within the collective. And I'm not saying that the East is bad or good, or the West is better, but the West have that characteristic that does not suppress the individual. Actually, the individual, lately we have lost it in a certain way because we have mass media, and mass media, whatever, it collectivizes thinking. It makes it more, and religion, it used to be religion before. But in a way, at the end of the day, you really can think the way you want. Doesn't matter if you watch CNN or go to church or read any book on any philosopher. There's many philosophers. So at the end of the day, and with this, I will give it to Christopher that I'm impressed. I'm definitely impressed, Christopher. I want to listen, Christopher, please.
Thank you. It was hard work. I'm glad I found my people. Thanks, Ben.
Thank you, Christopher.
So I'll try to touch on at least some of what a lot of y'all talked about because I feel like they're related. So my definition of philosophy is everyone's got one. It's we've all got a model of reality. I think all of us as individuals have the onus on ourselves first for figuring out how to navigate it through life. But when it comes to being original, in that sense of thinking for yourself, I think for myself very vigorously, and that's based on other people's ideas. All the thinking that I can do for myself, all the originality I can do is standing on the shoulders of giants. I'm cobbling together what has been handed to me from the generations before and from my peers around me. I do think that, especially in our Western society, it's not, the onus isn't solely on us just as a existential fact, but it's also a cultural imperative, I think, as well, which I don't know how healthy that is. I don't know how it's what's happening. So I don't want to say it's like a good or a bad thing. I think I'm doing okay with it. But so science was once called natural philosophy, and that Leibniz was coming up with some of the same mathematical concepts at the same time Newton was, and they argue that the two established the same principles at the same time separately. Newton and Bacon and Descartes were all in a fight for who would, win the dominant philosophy of the coming worldview that became the Industrial Revolution, and arguably Newton won. But we call that science, even though that science includes the discipline of knowing how to philosophize about the empirical facts that we find ourselves engaging with. So philosophy has everything to do with a discipline. When it comes to the discipline of not speaking teleologically, I don't know if humans are capable of that. I mean, I hear your argument. I don't know if I agree, and I simply don't know if even if they were capable of that. I mean, people do. People do all kinds of wordplay. I mean, I think you've had experience with Heron. Like he has discipline when it comes to how he words things and what words he finds acceptable. And even then, when it comes to trying to avoid teleological language, so teleos means end. So end as in goal, like what the means to an end. So I always think goal-oriented when I think teleological. So just to establish my terms on how I use that word. But so I look at all biological systems, also all goal-oriented, collective ideologies or religions. They've all got a kind of goal in mind. As far as I can see, that's what makes them palatable to people. It's a prescribed model for navigating. And so if I can tie this to what Eva was saying, she brought up Viktor Frankl, who wrote Man's Search for Meaning. He, in Search for Meaning, talks about the difference between, and even lays out a little bit of the history in how Nietzsche was one of the first real psychologists. I mean, there were others. There was a a myriad of different disciplines all working on some aspect of psychology at the time. But he was one to really come along and say, listen, Darwin saying that we're monkeys destroys the framework, the value system we use to draw meaning and worth as individuals and human beings with. If I can't say I'm a good Christian, then what does it mean to say I'm a good monkey? That I can just beat my fellow over the head till he's dead? I mean, what does it mean? It threw a monkey wrench in the entire system of things. And Freud was really influenced by Nietzsche. He didn't like his will to power. He called it the will to pleasure, and it's sad that our words in English, like libido and ego and superego and all these things, in German, he was trying to make things simple. He wanted everyone to be able to understand what psychology was, because the idea is, and this is where I'll tie in just one last psychologist without invoking too many names to make it too much. Albert Ellis was one of the founders of cognitive behavioral therapy with Aaron T. Beck, and also he founded on his own rational emotive behavioral therapy, which the whole premise of was that each of us has a philosophy, and that the rational parts of it that work fine help us accomplish meaningful and enjoyable activities, but the irrational parts of them are the parts that cause us unnecessary suffering. And so his take on blending psychology with philosophy, which arguably they're kind of the same thing in my opinion, because like even Thomas Szasz, who was like an anti-psychiatrist, said that really, regardless of all these words, neurotic, psychotic, hysterical, sublimation, all these great ideas, what really people are doing is talk therapy, and they're engaging in psychiatry or the mental health profession. That it's just one guy offering navigational strategies for life to another person, which is another way of saying offering as a suggestion a certain philosophy for how to live one's life in a way that might be more enjoyable than whatever's causing someone unnecessary suffering at the time. And so I think, a lot of people call it the crisis of our time. I mean, it's one way of describing the crisis. And I mean, I've gone through this myself in many forms of it, but we do need to update our philosophy in order to cope with the circumstances of our life. And that if we're living with a philosophy that works fine in a prisoner of war camp, it's not the same philosophy that will help you live a meaningful, full life in a family that has reciprocal emotional needs. So, no, I think one of the biggest difficulties is like Ben was saying, and I don't think it's a bad thing that we're in such an individualist society, but there was something easy about having, say, like whether you want to call it a religion or an ideology or a worldview, there was something easy about knowing, well, at least I can be fairly certain that the framework I judge myself and others by is shared by everyone I meet. But these days, everyone's got their own special, unique, and beautiful way of looking at things that you basically have to get along with strangers. You have to be able to incorporate a unique philosophy every single time you meet a new person. So I think the work is harder and it's more rewarding, but it's definitely, I think, a lot more atomized and alienated. And we've got a lot of work to go through if we're going to do something with ourselves.
So Ava has her hand up.
Yeah, can I ask you a question, Christopher? Oh, your talk is so enlightening. I learned so much from you. But I got a question just now. You talked about philosophy, update of philosophy, and this remind me of an idea that when I look at I know about some philosophy is the Western philosophy is so abstract, like Plato and you always talk about idea.
Idealism, yeah, idealism.
Yeah, talk about idea. What you said about about language and all those. Well, for me, I mean, I am Chinese. I come from the Chinese culture. I'm not a philosopher, but the Chinese we talk about when we don't have. I don't know whether you agree with it or not. We talk about our philosophy is like Taoism, Buddhism, and Confucius. Okay, Zhangzi. I mean, all those are Chinese background, and we are very practical. Okay, nothing far away from philosophical. Even Taoism is more about logo, what you call logo. Okay, search for higher being. Okay, but what his talk is about our human being related to that. Okay, and what is our position on that? Is our Chinese is very practical leader, and Confucius, okay, when his teaching is also emphasized on a human related with this world, not very abstract very much. So I agree with you, Nai. Okay, it looks like if philosophy wants to address with our human being, that as what you just said, how about have philosophy go down to reconcile with psychology as Western culture? Now, Western culture, the psychology to help us human beings, to help us when we have problems, and to help us with our mental health.
So go ahead and answer her, Christopher. Sorry.
Yeah, well, so I don't want to discredit how people define things. There's plenty of psychologists who would say philosophy doesn't have anything to do with psychology. I mean, maybe this psychologist says philosophy is informing in this way or that. A lot of what in these Zoom chats that I've come across, what people have called philosophy is more academic philosophy, more a tradition of philosophy, according to like Western civilization, starting with like the ancient Greeks. And now I do think it's not useless for coming up with things for how to live your life in a meaningful way, but I do think a lot of people have gotten lost in philosophizing for its own sake as kind of just a way of saying I'm familiar with all of these concepts and it's fun to play on this playground, but to a certain extent, a lot of philosophers, I mean, whether, and this is just, so I'm self-educated. I'm a high school dropout. So really, I've met the most philosophers I've met online in these Zoom meetings than I have in person. But, whether it's people that are informed by the ancient Greeks or, the Christian theologians like Augustine and, Kant and what is it, like the more recent, the Renaissance thinkers, and then after that, the Nietzsche and yada yada. I think it's easy to get lost in concepts. I think it's really easy to get lost in concepts, regardless of what you want to call them, and just that's why I said when I first came in, for me, my truths are soaked in blood. The things that inform my psychology, my philosophy. They're things I've ripped from life. They're things that I've suffered to win as like treasure from a dragon, So I don't know. I empathize with you. I think we have a hard time. There's a lot of lack of communication in between fields that really have the same intentions in mind, just different ways of going about it, and they call themselves different things. And I don't know. I empathize with you. I don't know if I have an answer to them, even though I've responded.
So I wanted to take a shot just before Ben. My shot here is on your what you're saying, more of what you're saying. I mean, obviously you have a very strong commitment to education, and like I do, and if the idea of solving your own problems and basically and calling that philosophy. And I think, and you're definitely resonating a lot with Ben, and others perhaps, perhaps even myself in ways that are important. But I'll suppress that for now. What you had said before is that this Ellis and the approach to the whole approach to talk therapy was really key in terms of helping people develop their philosophy and so forth. Well, I think maybe it just helped. I mean, have you ever considered the fact that maybe it's just helping people improve their behavior? And that the idea that you have to give it a name, a fancy name, like philosophy, is really going a bridge too far. Because we're really just trying to help people behave better when we have talk therapy, and that's a hopeful result about it. And and give them words to express themselves. But all words are not doing
James,
philosophy.
tell me what
Yeah, hi
philosophy
Stephen,
is.
how you doing?
Oh,
Philosophy,
It's another day
philosophy
in the-
by literally is. I'm going to challenge you on that, because philosophy is just love of knowledge. It's true. It's true. It doesn't mean much in terms of the words chosen. I like to think it's a kind of a science, and my personal idea is that it's a kind of a science where you impose scientific types of searches for evidence and apply them to basic things like purpose, meaning, care, human existence, even other things that have to do with reality. But go ahead, Stephen. What did you have to?
Yeah, well, I'd
say
say
about
philosophy is just purely wrapped up in the name of it itself. It's a desire to know purely for the sake of knowledge.
Mhm.
Whereas sophistry, for example, is a desire to obtain knowledge for other motives. For example, if you obtain knowledge to, engage in a living, how to build chariots or something like that, that's not philosophy.
Right. Yeah.
I don't know.
So I think the Greeks saw something moral in trying to obtain knowledge purely for the purpose of love of knowledge. Where I imagine today we're a little bit more cynical.
So both of y'all have used the word knowledge. I know it to be the love of wisdom, and the subtle distinction I've heard between wisdom and knowledge is that wisdom is putting it in action. There's plenty of people who know better and don't act accordingly. So I guess I'll counter to what you said, James, that to me, a person's thoughts are a kind of their behavior. So I don't know, if you want to call Buddhism a philosophy, it's concerned with people's behavior. If you want to talk about the Stoic way of life, it has a lot about not being disturbed by things that are out of your control, going along according to nature. And that's about how you behave. Getting upset over things has everything to do with how you behave. So I guess with the way you're using, I think there's a big difference between science and discipline. I think there's many disciplines that aren't very scientific. I do think science is a discipline, and I think there's less disciplined sciences than others. But there's the discipline of doing some things, whatever, I can't imagine as a good example right now, that have nothing to do with drawing out more evidence or whatnot. And I guess the one way I can relate that to having a kind of scientific psychology about someone's philosophy is something I've heard through Nietzsche, but a handful of other philosophers, which is, what kind of person needs a vengeful God? What kind of person needs a forgiving God? The fact that ideas can have an effect on the people who are possessed or infected by them, I think, is a certain science on its own. So that the way I've started off saying, it's just not relevant to me to decide whether or not there's an afterlife or where we come from or what the ultimate purpose of life is. I do think it is relevant, and there's somewhat of a science on what effect does having this philosophy have on the people who hold it. But I don't know, that's where I get into, this works for me. So I'm doing it my way. And yeah, I am agreeing with what you're saying about I have worked out a way of life, and I do consider that a kind of wisdom. I will say, just tying into what Stephen said, if, say, there was a wisdom in knowing how to be a great carpenter, you know, you might still be a piece of shit in every other arena in life. There's still some kind of moral virtue in being a great master craftsman at something, you know, like Elvis may not have been a great guy, but he sure was, you know, had wonderful music, or I don't know. He's actually not one of my favorites, but you can, you get what I'm talking about.
Right, and I would say that the only thing where I differ from what you said was like what the idea that philosophy is, or maybe agree with you or Stephen, but the idea that philosophy is love of knowledge, is dealing with knowledge, and you were saying wisdom is better because it's only related to action, and that would be fine, except that not all people are acting when they're thinking. Not all people are acting when they're just writing their thoughts down to put in their latest philosophy book, like these gods that we gods of philosophy that we talk about. And so knowledge is important for its own sake, not just in the moment it is put into action. And that's why we call it philosophy, because it is actually relatable, not because we saw some politician or great hero do it, like in the ancient Greek culture, or in modern culture sometimes, but just simply because it is to be spoken about. Go ahead, Christopher.
Well, I just got to say, thinking is an action. That you.
Oh, fine. So there's no such thing as knowledge. See, that's where you're going with this. That there's no such word as knowledge, and you want to control what we're going to say.
I said that wisdom was knowledge put in action. I was just saying I prefer wisdom because I feel like it's a notch above knowledge in that it's putting knowledge into practice. I think it has everything to do with knowledge. Yeah. It's just some people know better and don't act on it. That's exactly what we can say. You should be ashamed of yourself. Every one of us has sinned. He that is without sin should throw the first stone. That's a great saying. But
Christopher, I'll just ask you this question. So if you know what is right, you have to do it.
I'm not saying right, better.
If you know what is better, you have to do it.
No.
Listen, you don't have to do it.
No. I don't know if this was one of the last talks I had with you. Both of y'all, James and Stephen. The last time I didn't read the whole Sartre article about that we talked about last time. We were talking about being inauthentic, right? Or no, maybe that wasn't the word. Bad faith. That was the. Listen,
bad faith.
There has been a hot girl and her not as hot friend beside her, and I knew I wanted the hot girl. Yet when I went up and said, "Hey, how are y'all doing today?" I looked at the girl that I didn't want and said, "Hey, you want to go out with me sometime?" And I regret not asking the one I really wanted. I knew better and didn't act on that. A lot of us, I don't think, and this is what I think I was talking to you about yesterday, Stephen, is that Aristotle said, the great-souled man is the one who asks for much and deserves much. So
Nietzsche asked the hot girl.
Do what?
Nietzsche asked the hot girl and got knocked back.
I actually am not so sure about that. I think he swallowed his pride because he didn't act as well as he wished he would have. I don't know. That's something that's crossed my mind. Ben wants to say something.
Yeah. The noise of the click, did you say was the fan? I think it's the camera. It's your camera.
You're
your
muted.
Camera,
You're muted, James.
each time it's trying to focus, it does the click. Your camera moves around focusing, so it does the click.
Well, he held up the pen.
Yeah, he held up the pen.
So look, I've got one of these fidgets. It doesn't make noise. It's just a marble. I don't know.
Yeah. Like I have a pen right here, and But anyway.
I had my computer running at 100% with background tasks, So
Yeah,
that might have been my.
It's the camera. Relax. It's okay. There's no big deal here. You know, nobody's going to punish nobody. But the point what I'm saying now, my opinion is just like power. You know, like if you have a thought, because you thought it, you think it's superior because you thought it. It's your thought. And in a way, in any human interaction, even here in Zoom, we are trying to impose our thought subconsciously over another thought. I mean, as soon as we impose this thought and it becomes superior, and somebody said, you know what, I really like that. And I do like different thoughts, and I accept different thoughts. But the bottom line, regardless what I accept, I still, my product, I think is the best. It's like cooking. If somebody invite you and cook, it must be a very, very good chef or something. And then they say, oh my God, somebody cooks better than I do. But the bottom line, I like to cook my own food and I want to eat my own food. So whatever thought you have, regardless what you have, you are your own consumer. And you sell yourself to you. And then you sell yourself to others of whatever you think. So regardless what we think, we're doing this all the time, in a very subconscious, very subtle way, because it has to do with survival again. It has to do at the end of the day, if you don't exist, how you do exist. And that's why I say, I think it's the most frightening. And the thing, like, one thing about Christopher, he said, enjoy your boredom. Yes.
That's an acquired skill. I don't think most people have the fortitude to learn to enjoy boredom.
That little thing he said, with all the stuff he said, I think that's the most subtle, difficult thing to do. It's not easy to enjoy boredom because it's hard.
So I like Nietzsche. I don't like his God is dead part. I know what he's talking about, but for me, my God's alive because I was raised with an agnostic God. My God is the one that made all the stuff that I've got to deal with. It's just a placeholder name for everything. All right, for the universe. I don't necessarily think it's conscious or anything, but what Nietzsche was trying to do, what he was saying that Christians were capable of doing while God was alive, was to desire God's will. You know, to say, it's a way of saying the just God. There's a just God. Everything that happens is good. All the bad stuff, including the boredom that happens to me, is good. You know, I don't necessarily think my God is just. I think it's desirable to say yes to it. It feels better. It's more enjoyable. And so, yeah. So that's like my one thing. I love my life and whatever you want to call it. And just anything that happens in between is just kind of filler. Now, if we're talking
Christopher was accused of being an idealist yesterday.
Oh yeah, interesting.
Yeah, I get accused of a lot of things.
Well, I think what you're bringing up now, you know, it's like for me, you know, it's like no one really has the right to tell us what to believe, but even more so, no one really should have the right to tell us how to live or how to be or what to do. You know, in other words, there might be some dress codes at work and so on and so forth, and performance measurements, but no one should really have a right to tell us how to live, whether to accept boredom or to abhor boredom. You know, it's that no one should control our minds and what we're willing to be or tolerate. There shouldn't be any kind of opening to that of people telling us how to live and how to what to believe. That's what I believe. Yeah.
But
we live within a culture.
Deodorants are sold because of other people.
Can I ask you a question, James? You said
Yeah.
nobody can tell us what we believe, but for me, I think when I heard about read about those psychology or whatever, is that well, even before we were influenced by our culture, by our parents, and all our thinking, our feeling. You know, before you are 7, you are almost 4. So actually, we thought that we are free, but in reality, how much free we have with our thinking. Unless from 0 to 7, you are totally away from any human being, right? Because all your feeling and everything is from even our language. If we don't learn to speak language before a certain age, you can never speak. So if really we are free in this situation. You know what I mean? That is my question.
It's
I had
really
a-
nice to hear a lot of what you're saying, Eva. I gotta say, I heard half of what you said. I'm sorry. I just wanted to let you know.
Oh, sorry, my English.
And also you're probably a little too far from your microphone right now. If you could come down within about within a foot and a half of your microphone.
I can understand your words. It's how loud they are.
Okay, yeah, I'm using my laptop. Sorry. Oh, my question is because I saw a lot of book or video or whatever. It told us our feeling and our thinking was formed before 7. So we are affected by the culture, by our parents' thinking, and
Right.
even our emotions. Even our emotions are so better was formed before we are 7. So with that, how much we are really free as what you James and Christopher talk about. We are totally free. In reality, we are formed by our culture long before we can think. Even our thinking is affected by our culture, by what we learn before 7. And according to some reading, I heard that if we don't speak and if we don't speak before a certain age, we can never speak. So even that, how much are we free to our free thinking? That is my very limited understanding from what you said and from my understanding. And I truly believe that theory is true because my childhood, I got a lot of trauma and I got a lot of problems and I went to psychology. Okay, and they did help me a lot, heal me, and they draw out all the problem, all the memory from my childhood, and it affect my whole personality and my thinking. So that is something practical, not philosophical, not up to the air. And I'm just a practical human being. And I would like to know how much is that we are really free.
It's a component. It is a component of who you are. I mean, you can't exactly deny it. In other words, where we come from, the fact that our parents were able to tell us things when we were children. Now, maybe I remember when I was a child and my mother told me things, or my father told me things that I didn't believe. In other words, why is she yelling when she says that? Or why is he trying so hard to make me believe that something happened when it probably didn't happen? In other words, I'd be suspicious. I'd become suspicious of my parents sometimes, and their attempts to make me believe what they believed would sometimes fail. Not that I would confront them on it necessarily, but I remember the events. I remember very clearly what happened and how I had skepticism when they were talking to me, even at the young age of maybe 5, 6 years old. in one of these cases. So the whatever happened to you did determine part of who you are, and the fact that you have to be that. What I'm saying is that there's not necessarily a facticity that you're going to be that in the future. My opinion, okay, like all other people here have opinions, is that you control that to a certain extent. You can become the person. You can become a person who is free of something that was bothering you psychologically from the past. In other words, these things that happened in the past can be changed individually in terms of their outcomes in the future. Things that you haven't done yet may be free of some of these facticities from the past, creating new facticities in the future, which may be different in your life in the future. So that's what I believe. And that's called existentialism. And it provides that kind of thinking provides an opening in the future beyond what happened in the past. Because your past is very sealed. You can't really actually recreate the reality part of your past, but you can have an open mind. So what you're calling free, what do they call that? Free will. Well, it's not like your free will has been asleep or you don't have any. It's just that you are a being, and you control you control your present, what you do in the present. You control your future in the same way. And you can map out a future which is free from some of the things that controlled the past. And you can even you could even be free of some of the things that controlled the past for multiple people. So in other words, you can control streams of being if you really think about it, not just your own, but start with your own. Definitely, we have to start with ourselves. Christopher.
So one way, and I've heard it from a few psychologists, but Albert Ellis is one of my favorites, who's saying that things may have happened to us in our past, and how we act in the future or in the present has everything to do with what's happened to us. It's somewhat related to what I was trying to say to you about how even thinking is an activity, is that the story we tell ourselves, the memories that we choose to use to define us as our narrative, when we think of ourselves in our story, like where we came from and where we want to go, just because we've been telling ourselves one story all of our life, and even if elements of that story are true, we don't have to tell ourselves that story, and we can write our own story in the future. It's just, you got to realize, if say there was some kind of trauma that happened, you can't control that may have happened to you, but every time you relive that in your mind, isn't someone else doing that to you. It's you reliving it. And that is a measure of control. There, you have a measure of control over that. You don't have to keep reliving the same old bad things that have happened to you. You know, it's not right that we've been abused by life and people in it, but it's even worse when we continue keeping ourselves abused, a victim of life. So I don't know. That was just my own way of wording. I think what James was saying pretty well on his own. So.
Thank you, Christopher. Very nice.
So I'll say this. I don't know if where I was going was saying to you, James, that I don't think anyone has the right to, because I've got a tough one with that. To me, right, the way it's used commonly, there's two things. There's the right way, the correct way. So correct is one way of saying it, the effective way, right? But then there's also right, as in I have the right to, which is an entitlement. So there's a big difference between the same word is used for both of them because it comes from the same meaning. Right meant upright, like the same way that a person who's working functionally, if they're good, they're upright. If they're broken, if they're not working right, they're not upright. So right was another way of saying good. So
But that use of good was much later. That was not the original meaning. That was the philosophers in the 17th century, and so forth. They started coming up with that use of right. They discussed the Thomas Hobbes was one of them. That we have certain rights, and the rights are based on this. Locke and Hobbes, right?
Well, in that sense, it originally started as saying it's a good thing. It's a good thing to have free speech.
Yeah,
it's
sure.
a good thing. Now, since we've gotten that codified in a constitution or in a social contract, now it's an entitlement. So a lot of times when people say people have the right to or not, we're saying you're entitled to or not. And so I guess that's what I heard in the sense when you were saying people don't have the right to tell me how to live my life. And the thing is I don't know if I necessarily agree with that. Because another way of saying that, because you even used, I think, in the same breath, the word should. People should or shouldn't. And the thing is I think that's it's teleological. It's a goal. It's a goal. If I want to do something, I should do this. So Albert Ellis was great at picking out words, and one of them was talking about shoulds or oughts or coulds. And the thing is if you say should on its own, you're making an incomplete sentence. It's you should if you're trying to accomplish something. Because if there's just a should on its own, it's not a complete sentence. Thou shalt not kill what? Thou shalt not kill other Jews, but it's okay to kill all the Gentiles that are in our way toward the promised land. It's an incomplete sentence. So any should without an if, just like any need without an if, it's.
I got you. Yeah. Okay.
I'm not saying they're not useful, but it's easy to get blindsided. So the thing is, I guess. Yeah. Here. Sorry.
Okay. Yeah, I think what you're kind of asking for, you're sort of the question you're begging, is for clarification. In other words, you want education, for example, to be an exception. So in other words, if I say that you have to be quiet or stay in your frame or stay inside your bubble. If you're going to be in the same meeting with me, so if I say you can't do this if you're going to be in a meeting with me, and that's kind of like that would be clarifying a should. If I say you shouldn't interrupt, I should say you shouldn't interrupt if you're in a meeting with me. Or you should never get out of your seat. I should say, don't ever get out of your seat when the teacher is speaking, or something like that. So I need to always clarify. What I can accept is that it's right, that it is right to force someone to think the way you do, and I can accept that it's right to force someone else or manipulate someone else into doing what you do.
So I'm not trying to put the burden on you explaining the hidden assumptions behind any should or ought or I was just spelling it out as an example because our language is horribly
unless it's for a pre-agreed educational purpose. And I'll put it that way. That's the if. That's the if I should have put in, is that unless it's for a pre-agreed educational purpose, like you have a contract, some kind of contract with the individual or his superior or his caretakers, that there's an educational purpose in your telling them what to believe or what to do. Go ahead.
Well, I was bringing in that up because it was a way of kind of using the point, I think, of what you were saying against some of the words you were saying, because without them being qualified, you were kind of saying it's right and that we should not let anyone else tell us what's right or what we should be thinking.
Well, that would be a tautology then, because if I used the word should and said they should not do, they should not say should, then I would be in a tautology, which which I won't accuse you of. But the point about the word should being difficult is good. I'm just saying, in order to clarify, I definitely had a very strong purpose in speaking. The contract is essential. The situation. The situation is essential. The context is all essential. So those are philosophical ideas. The
word should
language
means,
can be careless or not. Yeah.
The word should means to owe. It means to yield. You must yield, like you must yield your taxes. You owe me the taxes.
Or nobility has the right of way, so you should yield to them on the road.
Or else.
No, I'm just saying behind any should. Okay, first off, I'll say this because it's been rattling around and I haven't said it. Should is a gateway word to hypocrisy. All right. So now that I've said that, I'm just saying that there's almost always, unless we're going to have horribly thorough and specific, clumsy language that no one wants to listen to because it's too tedious. I'm just saying there's always going to be the hidden aspects of there's an if statement or an and or an or statement.
You know, Christopher, thinking back, I don't think I used the word should at all. But if I did, let's say I did or I did not, you'll agree that those rights don't exist in out of context. In other words, would you agree that those rights do not exist for people out of context to treat one another as beings that should submit to the ideas of others, or to treat other people as beings that's to submit to being forced to perform certain acts without their consent?
So this is getting to the heart of it. I know we went a little bit roundabout, but this is you're asking more specifically exactly what I was trying to get at originally by talking about right or should, which is, so I personally don't have your conventional sense of what's called morals, right? So if I were to imagine a scenario where, say, if I were to have an unthinkingly loyal cult following, I should not let them be exposed to other opinions or get comfortable thinking for themselves. And that would be the right way to have a very conformist cult-like following. So,
and you use the word should for that. I can't believe it.
No, that's why I was saying that a lot of times we use the terms right and should, not realizing that they imply this kind of, it can be used in different contexts.
Okay, that would just remind you that we all don't have conventional morals. We met probably in a Nietzsche discussion about Nietzsche.
This is exactly why I was saying, this is why I believe in teleology as in a goal-oriented way of going about things without necessarily saying it's right, the goal we're going for, or that we should have the goal that we're going for. Because here, if, say, I want to be a lover of life and a lover of fate or of God's will and the uncontrollable aspects of it, right? One of those uncontrollable aspects of it is that people are probably going to tell me how I should or should not think. In fact, it happens quite often. And if I say it's a right thing, that people don't have the right to do that, and I feel entitled to being left alone from people interfering with my way of thinking, well, then I'm setting myself and my expectations up to be upset when someone inevitably tells me how to think, which happens so much that I'm quite comfortable with being told how to think. I just have the skill that I've learned, like, you know, through sink or swim, trial and error, of defending and deflecting other people's attempts to control the direction of my line of thinking. I'm more skilled than many at being a rebel to, you know, even authority, even in peer pressure or casual, you know, because most people have, well, you shouldn't think that way, or I don't think that way, and I can't understand how you think that way, and I don't like you, and I want you to be different because you're not just what I wish. and I don't know. That's what I
Well,
hear at the bottom of people's.
Now I hear you saying something slightly different than where you started. I just want to sort of clarify for you. You don't have any problem. Do you have a problem being with people who think about everything differently than you do?
I was speaking facetiously from the point of view of the person who would tell me how to think. And I'm just saying, I've learned the skill of dealing with people telling me how to think. I was countering that I don't think of it as a matter of right, that no one has the right to tell me how to think for myself. It's not a matter of right or wrong to me. It's monkeys are going to tell me how to think, and I am more skilled than most of the monkeys that I've met at not just succumbing to the way that
and I agree. That's just one of the things that people will tell you to think. They won't just tell you how to think, but they'll tell you specifically what to think. Like when you're watching CNN. Yeah. Go ahead, Ben. Ben, you're muted. Yeah, he's just waving his hand. Yeah.
No, I'm saying CNN. Fake news.
MSDNC.
Yeah, well, don't forget this. I don't know you know this dude. You know, is I would say a modern philosopher. You know, the message is the media.
Oh yeah, Marshall McLuhan.
Correct, and it comes from a very old concept of not culturization but domestication. I think we're the most domesticated animal on the planet. What happened? We don't know about it. We think we're the most free animal on the planet, and we are not, because we make Hoover Dam, and we go SpaceX up there, and you know, we do all these things, and we think we're free because we're in control of nature. And the fact, no, because in one way we're subjected to each other, and really there is no a bird is more free than we are. A dog, no, because it's domesticated. Again, any domestication. Now, I forgot what I was going to say with this, but I forgot. Okay.
Well, it's great. Maybe you'll think of what you're saying, because this helps me. So
David, can I ask you a question? If we're still doing the SARTs on your Monday?
Yeah, that's the plan.
All right. I haven't seen any links for it yet.
Let me check.
So I like that you use the term slavery. It's a bit of a controversial one, and usually the way I use it, it has to be qualified by, I think, the context set up by exactly what you're saying and also the things I've already said. So whether we're talking about fate or God's will, but even if you are like trying not to think in those terms, whether you're talking about being a slave to circumstances or our skull or our stomach, I think when I say that the goal of life should be to embrace, like my goal in life is to embrace it wholeheartedly, like saying yes to it the way Nietzsche does. You know, that the way I understand it is it's saying yes to our slavery, of saying we are slaves. When we resign ourselves to it, everything's set in motion, everything's fine. Like there's no longer any problems. And I think what this is when we make that resignation, when we say yes to life wholeheartedly, including our position at the bottom of the totem pole of it, that accepting of that position at the bottom of the totem pole of it is exactly a correction in our philosophy of where our position is as individuals in relation to the whole, which is a subject, which is a slave, you know? So that's why, yeah, I think when you can say yes to life wholeheartedly, you're saying yes to fate. You're saying yes to God's will. It's a resignation. It's I give up. It's it takes over. You don't have to worry about any of the little particulars anymore. You know that you're just a puppet on strings, and you can enjoy the feeling of the strings tugging at you, you know? So I don't know. It's kind of the way I look at things. So
I would say these are creative illusions, and they don't have to be the same for everyone. In other words, we could have a more of a freedom-oriented way of projecting our differences with society, like I was talking about, just the difference of being an individual is sufficient to be free in society, and to know that not only can you free your own being, but you have the innate capability of freeing the being of others, and that is so powerful to be able to realize interpersonal communication can actually be that meaningful and substantial. And that kind of goes back to your original question, Ava. What about the meaning? Well, what is the meaning of interpersonal communication? Isn't there something there that actually opens up possibilities that are way beyond our capacity as individuals?
Mm-hmm.
I think so.
Thank you.
So I'll say this, James. I agree with your diagnosis that these are creative illusions. And I do think we're all exposed to, we're all dealt our own hand. You know, I'm dealt the one that was playing the "we're all slaves" card just now, and you were the one playing the freedom card. So I don't like to just throw out words, the baby with the bathwater, right? I even words I quibble with to death. I think they can be useful in one context or another. So I have a trinity of that I call the nice vice trinity. And nice is a 4-letter word. And all 3 things in the Trinity sound nice, but they're all vices. Now, I think each of them can be used meaningfully, but I don't think any of them can be used justifiably, in my opinion, as the defining principle of a platform or a motto or a way of life. And so the 3 aspects of the Trinity are freedom, equality, and justice, right? So there's like a cliche argument out there that says that you can't have freedom and equality and justice, because if everyone's free, then no one's going to be equal and there's going to be no justice. Now then there's you can't have equality, because then there's going to be no justice and there's going to be no freedom. Everyone's going to have to be forced into an unjust equality. And then there's you can't have justice with equality and freedom. If there's justice, well, no one's going to be free to do what they're doing, and no one's going to be treated equally, because the bad people are going to get what they deserve and the good people are going to get what they deserve. Now, on the surface, it's a good rule of thumb for looking at certain dynamics in life that are very relevant. But when you pick any of them apart, none of them are made of anything. Justice is not made of anything. Equality's, it's made of a little bit of stuff, you know, and freedom, it's made of a little bit of stuff, but none of them are justifiable enough to me to base any kind of virtue for like worldview or lifestyle based on them. So,
yeah, you know, once I was a bit like you, Chris, when I was young, I used to believe every idea that used to come into my head. That's the trouble with idealism.
So were you the one
if you're a rationalist, you actually start to be critical of the ideas in your head rather than just accept them too readily. So critically, you'll say, well, yeah, this idea isn't so good. I think I'll toss that one out. This one looks good. I'll work on it a bit more. Yeah, but when I was young, I was just shooting out everything that came into my head.
just shooting everything down, like picking everything
No,
apart?
no. Any idea that came into my head, I thought it was reality.
Ah,
It took me many years even to discover that, well, sometimes I'm wrong and make mistakes too. It took me a few decades to get there.
I've learned to have a shoot first and ask questions later philosophy towards new ideas. I don't know it. I don't agree with it. I'm hearing it for the first time. I'm not going to give you some kind of, and I've got to work on it, because sometimes when I listen to people, I shake my head, and I don't want them to be confused with me agreeing with them.
Probably I'll be a bit wary of rolling all over the place with ideas. I try to be a little bit more particular.
Yeah. Well, if I'm going to focus on the freedom aspect of it, we've got degrees of freedom. Scientifically, in the way that we can move along a plane, we don't have, we can crouch and we can raise ourselves. So we have degrees of freedom, but these are all within a well-defined context of limitations. I can only stand up. So freedom really is talking about like an ability that I'm lucky to have. And it's really talking about a potential. Like I can move this way, I can move that way, I can. Oh, did James Cook go? Oh,
Yeah.
oh, I wanted to talk to him about how he met the Maori people in New Zealand. So, because you were talking about how he met the Hawaiians. I wanted to, whatever. Anyways, he does have a great name, but I was kind of focusing it at him. But I guess I'll just finish it that. There's certain degrees of freedom that we have, but it's just not a thing in itself. Like freedom, most of the time when people just talk about freedom with like a blank check kind of attitude, like, oh, just it's great to be free. Like it doesn't mean anything. You can be freed from your life. You can be free of oxygen and free from the nutrients you need to live. And, you can, so most of the time when I hear it without a specific reference, I'm free to do this or I'm free from this. Most of the time I hear people saying, or I hear, when I hear people say that, is the freedom to fuck up. Most freedom is the freedom to not do it right. Because if we're talking about social freedom or the prescribed the prescribed way, most of the freedom we're talking about is not doing it the right way or not the way that someone calls right, whether it's your way or another way. So I don't know. It's just not terribly important to me. I don't need a lot of freedom. I just, if anything, happiness, I don't think comes from just options, like I've got the freedom to do this. I'm mobile. I can, I think there's just nothing there, but James was the one I was talking to. So whoever else wants anything.
Can I ask a question? I'm not a philosopher. I don't know much about it. And during this session, I'm just taking and I have no contribution. So can I come next time? Am I welcome to come next time? Because I don't have any contribution like you people.
I don't think you have to worry about that, Eva. I can't speak for David. If you just want to listen, and even if you just ask questions, and even if you try to contribute and you think it might not, you haven't been annoying. I think personally, I would welcome you back. I don't think you've been you haven't detracted from anything.
She's nice and she has some insight in a way of I like this. There's a part of me extremely practical, but there's another part because we create thoughts, illusions. We're always creating. The mind does that. There is kind of roots, some kind of connection with some kind of reality, but we don't live in it. We're in it, but we don't live in it. We live in our mind. That separates us from real reality. And that's the whole idea of philosophy or religion, to be able to connect with reality. And then how you can certify reality if it's not your empirical experience is the only thing that you really do have for reality.
Nietzsche's warning us we don't have much time. The end of the world is nigh. The great nihilism is about to descend upon us. We don't
Well-
have all the time in the world now. The end of the world has come as we know it. The great nihilism is here.
We're just
So we have
repeating
to
this-
think quickly,
we're
be
just
very observant.
we're just
You know,
repeating ourselves, Stephen.
Yeah,
Sorry?
but
I think
What'd
Nietzsche
you
would
say?
say we're just repeating ourselves. Like you say
Yeah.
we're running out of time, but we've got an eternity of doing this exactly this way. So like this is the moment because we don't know if we're gonna die 5 seconds from now. Yes, this is good. I can do this again and again forever. I can.
yes, yes,
I will say yes to life before it's too late.
yeah.
How's
And,
that?
and
Did I do
Hey.
that quick enough for you, Stephen?
No, I don't know. You just seem to have a lot of attitudes, but not much observation.
Who's that? Me?
Yeah. It's a tendency in all people that they have a lot of attitudes, a lot of ideas, but
you,
what they actually do and what they preach can be two different things. And
we
that's the
all do that.
observation.
We all do that. We all do that. I'm not defending him, but the moment you attack anybody, you're already imposing some degree of your own bias over the other person. I'm not attacking you. I'm just saying this. You know, in other words, it's like we have our bias with our own thoughts. We think our own thoughts are better than everybody else's, and they are to a certain degree because we're thinking them. It's like Rene Descartes. Are we before we have what we think we are, or we are our thoughts? So it's all bullshit to some degree, because you know you can think whatever and keep thinking whatever, and you're biology. You are whatever you are in biology, and you don't know what you are. We don't know who we are. We're trying to figure it out, and we even don't know. And the way we figure out is with culture. The other way they tell us this and this and that. And at the end of the day, if you have pain and suffering or whatever you have in your body or your mind, you realize that that's the ultimate truth to a certain degree. It's a way, it's a channel toward a truth, you know, and then you realize there's a truth beside you, the way you think about it. You fall and you have pain. And you can think about your pain the way you want it, but you have pain. And the way you think about your pain has nothing to do with your pain itself. Your pain itself has its own life in you. So the way you think about anything, it doesn't matter at the end of the day. It has its own, you have your own life in you. And what that means,
A lot of sweeping statements, eh?
What's wrong with being a sweeper? All right, I love sweeping my house.
Because you'll find when you've pulled everything apart that you've contradicted yourself all over the place. So what's your message? Nobody knows because you've said several different contradictory things.
still, you know, there is a kind of a mind that says that. In other words, in order to have contradiction, you have to have a base of what is right or wrong. And then this is right, this is wrong, or you're contradicting what you said before. You can contradict yourself 100 times, 1,000,000 times, 1,000,000,000 times, infinite. It doesn't matter. You don't have a truth-based reality. Whatever you did 20 years ago, what you think about yourself today is not the same that 20 years ago. It's all a lie. Today is a lie because 20 years from now, if you make it, it would be a lie today.
So you were saying that I don't know, when you attack someone, I don't know. I'll say this: I feel attacked.
I'm being critical.
No, well, here, I don't know how y'all feel about it, but I enjoy being attacked and I enjoy attacking. So if you want to call it critical, you know, or if you want to accuse someone of having biases behind it, look. What are friends if they can't fight? Come on, real friends fight each other. I mean, this is how animals.
So you're making all the rules now, are you?
Well, I'm fighting for my rules to be the rules that we fight by for now, because that's the fun thing to do. It's the fun thing to do. Look, I won't I don't know if I'll disagree with you. I definitely think a lot of what you know, I'm maybe more of an artist than a philosopher, and I may very well be trying to construct some kind of aesthetically pleasing attitude to myself for myself. So whatever kind of life I live for the rest of it, at least it'll be pretty to me. At least it'll be a beautiful life to me. Even so, I don't know. I don't think.
Well, I'd just say that probably over time I've learned to be or try to be a little bit more selective about what I say, rather than just any sort of idea that comes into my head.
Well, I was thinking a lot about how you weren't using the word so much yesterday, but a few people were throwing around the word humility a lot. And I just kept thinking, I don't need humility. Like, I hear it so much. And I look at the people who are like I was criticizing the navel gazing, like the ones that are too humble don't ask for what they want, like the people who have gotten their icing,
So
after
what are
they
you going to do about all the sannyasis who are out in the forest gazing on their navel?
let them, as
Okay, cool.
as long as they're not getting in between me and the icing on my cake, I really want the icing. I think I can have it and eat it, but whatever. I know that's a whatever. So no, well, I was just gonna say, so you were saying that you said it sounds like I've got a lot of attitude, but not enough observation. I feel like the only thing that's like makes my attitude worthwhile is that I've tested it through observation. I don't know. I feel like I've worked pretty hard and harder than a lot of people to expose myself to situations where I've been witness and privy to circumstances that single me out as, special, I guess. Like I've seen things that just make me think differently than others, and it's a joy to not, I don't know, to have different insight than others. I'm a doorman. I went to massage school. I'm a high school dropout. I don't know. I've done all kinds of weird stuff with weird people, and it's been fun and unpleasant, and I don't know. So I guess I'll just counter. I think I've had a good handful of observation, and I definitely want to make more observations while I'm alive, but I've had interesting interactions and encounters. I've seen parts of myself and others that I don't think most people ever have the luxury to, and I feel like my life is worth more than most people I meet because of that. So, yeah, to a certain extent, when you say, "Oh, I'm making the rules," like I think I think I'm trying to get more comfortable having a high self opinion, a high.
Okay, David, how far did he get with Sterner? I didn't see your message until I got on.
There was a little bit before you got on, but yeah, we've started with Feuerbach.
So
And,
Feuerbach and Sterner, eh?
yeah. Maybe next
Fighting toe to toe in the boxing ring.
The what?
Fighting toe to toe in the boxing ring.
Yeah, right. Yeah, maybe next time.
Well,
Yeah, I think I've got to go. So yeah, I'll catch you guys next time.
Yeah, thanks for stopping by, Stephen.
Well, hopefully our next fight will be more fun.
Yeah.
Yeah, see you, Steve.
All I can
Was he
say
talking
is
was he talking about James bringing up Feuerbach and Sterner?
still amazed at the amount of demand. I could put 2 of these a day, and they'll be populated. I'm amazed. And the guy yesterday said we should start an ongoing place where you could do that, and that's like Discord. But nobody's going to use it. I know nobody's going to use it.
No.
I know gamers have used it, and like
Yeah.
There's one meetup that I've seen they say use Discord.
Not these people.
My mom keeps telling me I need to get on Cisco, and she told me that if I'm going to use Cisco, I need to convince y'all to use Cisco, that it's free and that you can do everything you can with Zoom on Cisco, and that it's free.
Yeah, it's just not going to happen. I mean, people take what they take, and
is it just worth more to pay the price because that's what everyone's using, just because popular? I don't know.
Free's good. Free's good. Great. Great.
I'm hoping to leach out the demand, but I don't know how well it's working. But
No, no, you're attracting mosquitoes the more blood you let out. like you're gonna get more and more the more you do it. I don't think
I'll
you
think
win
about it.
with that.
I'll think about it.
I mean,
Yeah.
are you trying to kill? Are you trying to kill the demand?
Well, that's what I mean when I say I'll think about it. I'll think about what we're trying to accomplish.
No, well, like I said, I mean, and I'm not suggesting this. I'm not saying you should do this way, but it just makes me think of bars. The bars that were popular were the ones that had predictable specials. Every night at 11, it's dollar whatever, and so just I don't know. If you were to make it the same time, same place, or whatever, every week or every other week or something like that, I feel like you would just get that many more people.
Right. Well, we'll see. Because I just feel better with fewer people. I feel like it's a better experience. But I understand other people would feel differently. I think people enjoy having more of it. I mean, it's popular. People seem to come here for a reason. So yeah, it's hard to discount that.
Well, other than yours, I've only seen a handful of regular ones, and a lot of them are like once a month or every other week or something like that. And then I don't know, all the others are just they're topical. They're
Right.
if you want Sartre, if you want Kant, if you want I don't know some of the other ones. Yeah, there's the theme. There's the humanists, the objectivists.
And
But
the
it's
assholes like Schopenhauer.
like every
I like Schopenhauer, man. I gotta get that.
but it's like
I
every
like it.
time you and I get into a really good role conversation, like somebody comes up, and then we have to reconfigure the conversation, which is part of the play as well. So
Well, if I'm on board and there's enough people and you think it would be better, I mean, just because I wanted to pick James' brain today,
right.
I picked it. I'm satisfied. I'll take it as it comes anytime I see him again. But just I can do an experiment with you or whatever, see what a breakout room's like or whatever. If some people don't want a lot of too many people or something like that, I don't know.
Mm-hmm.
If there is a personally interested like suggestion or whatever, and I don't want to say it as a suggestion, I would like I would like, if it were possible, just because I don't have a meetup thing, I would like to meet more people from Austin. If I could meet more people from Austin online, that would be cool. Because the Austin meetups that I found, they're irregular where they meet up and how often they meet up. The few that I've found, so that's one thing that's like personally tantalizing to me. I'd love to meet people I could actually like shake hands and hug or punch or something.
I think there's Jenny is in Austin. I think Terry's in Austin.
I don't know if I've met these. Jenny?
Probably not. But Jenny comes to the Monday afternoon Kenneth Smith, and Terry comes to the Monday night. He's been there a lot.
Well, I guess I
think there are other Austin people here and there.
I guess I gotta set aside my Monday to try to meet some fellow.
I just had a dream about Bruce Sterling this morning.
Who's
you know who it is? No.
The name rings a bell.
He's a science fiction writer, but he's more than that. He's done a lot of other stuff. But anyway, he's one of my favorites. But anyway, I like listening to his talks.
So was Steven saying he wanted to go toe to toe with James about Stirner and Feuerbach?
Yeah, well, James had the topic of Stirner and Feuerbach, and that's what we started with. And
today.
Steven knows. Yes, today.
Oh,
yeah.
I thought it was just open forum. So when he brought that up, I was like, "Oh God, I love Stirner." I haven't read.
Yeah, that was before you showed up, but we started with that, and Steven really knows a lot, so I was hoping to get the two of them, but yeah, that didn't happen. We've gone on to other things, but that's the way it goes.
Well, I like that Steven has he likes Nietzsche a lot. I like that he likes Stirner a lot. I also like that he is familiar with Albert Ellis too. So I don't know. I like finding these overlaps with people.
What I keep saying is I think people don't like to come here to be lectured to. People don't like to come here and listen to somebody read. People like the dialogue. People like the conversation. And that's, I think, the majority of people. And I think that's probably the best we can provide. That being said, I think we're missing something. I think there's something to be gained from, well, there's a group that does slow reading, and they're doing like Aristotle. They do sentence by sentence. Okay, we'll read this sentence. Let's talk about it for 5 minutes. Okay, next sentence. Let's talk about it for 5 minutes. A slow reading of a text. I don't know if I do that specifically, but I think there is a value to something a little bit more directed, but I'm still working out the details. I don't know exactly how to do it. I think it's going to be less people that will be interested in that. But I think, I know what I have in mind, because I used to do the stuff that I used to do on radio. And when people, it's just, a live mic. You just have to keep up the patter. That being said, I don't want to do it alone. Like that's a YouTube video. I don't want to do that either. I want there to be another person to bounce off of. But I can't find the dynamic for that. And that's what I've been looking for. I don't know how to handle that just yet.
Yeah, I know what you're saying. Well, like you've said, and like I went to one of Ivan's twice monthly ones, and he was like, "Well, if we run out of things to talk about, I've got stuff. I've got a list of what do you think about this, or whatever." But I know what you're saying. There's a chemistry. You're looking for that. You're looking for that extra ingredient, the right ingredient, the secret ingredient or whatever, right?
You want to talk more about your idea?
My idea?
I think. Well, yes. I think I was a little ungenerous before, and I guess I should apologize for that.
What was my idea?
Your idea, whatever it is.
My big one, take over the world?
Yes.
Oh. I don't think you're ungenerous. No, it's just
depends on what mood you get me, I guess.
I don't think you're ungenerous. I just thought I don't know. You said Godspeed like a few times ago, and you said, well, you can make your own Zoom room, and I was just like, okay, maybe he doesn't want to. I don't know.
Well, no, I just don't understand.
Well, it's something that appeals to, I don't know, if Hitler knew the secret souls of men, right? There's something in each of us that wants to get in on it. Like really? Like it's fantastic. But that's exactly what
okay, here's something I did think of. Let me tell you about a friend of mine. And what this guy is, he wanted to do something that would get himself, I'll explain. He said, okay, if you're going to become massively popular, here's what you want to do. Here's how you do it. This, and this. And then he would respond with, Dave, it's not about fame. It's not about popularity. It's about ideas. It's about philosophy. It's about thinking about mental activity. And you seem to be obsessed with fame and getting popular. And then I would respond with, oh, okay, well, so if you want to do that, if you want to cover intelligence and so on, well, then you do this, you do this, you do this. And you know what he would respond with? He would respond, Dave, I have to have money. I have to get a car. I have to have houses. I just can't do this, spin my wheels and not get anything. Okay, you know what? Pick one, and then I'll tell you what to do. But you can't just keep changing with everything. And it was just that merry-go-round. So, Chris, similar to that, if you really want to change the world, as you're saying, I'll tell you how to do that. But it seems to me when I do that, you respond with, no, it's about emotions, it's about freedom, it's about fun, it's about the excitement of it. Okay, great. But don't think you're going to change the world with that.
Well, look. On an immediate personal level, it makes my life better, right? Look. I feel bad. Like I've been shaving off the excess, the parts that are unnecessary, right? Like I think I brought up Sociocracy a few times, and I said, oh, read Gregory Bateson, and I keep bringing up Lakoff and all these people. Like, how can you're just not going to be able to understand it, And then. I feel like that guy that Daniel invited. I feel like I was like that guy that Daniel invited, except I've had a couple weeks to shave off some of the stupid stuff that really doesn't matter, right? Like he kept saying, oh, well, look at my site. I've got that's boring. It sounds like work. I've got to read your site and agree to this agreement. And oh, there's nations and citizens. Nah, like, no wonder you only have 400 people and that you work so hard. Like, did you hear his tone of voice? His tone of voice was dead. He's saying, oh, well, what I was talking about, like, that's exactly what I was, and he was trying to be a salesman. He was trying to say like, oh, well, my idea. See, I know that on a core level, taking over and saving the world is metaphorical. Like, he who saves one soul has saved the world entire. And really, I'm like fighting for my own redemption, which is like, I don't know whether 5 seconds or 5 years from now or 50 years from now is when I'm going to die. So yeah, I want that attitude that is going to be fun right now and 5 seconds from now and 5 years from now. That's why anytime I felt like I hit a good nerve, that was one of the resounding, oh yeah, like, what I'm talking about. Like we're really resonating. I said something right. Like anytime I've done that, it's just I look at that, like really I'm trying to practice my magic, because when I was a little kid, I saw magic and it made my eyes light up. So anytime I say something that makes someone's eyes light up, I go, okay, all that other shit was just a build up to making your eyes light up. Why? Because it's fun. It's so that guy, he's been messaging me on Facebook, and everything is he messaged me this thing, was like, well, what do you think about this for energy in the future and renewables? And I was just like, that's boring, man. I've got better fantasies to masturbate to. Like, if we take over the world one day, yeah, we can look down from our mountain on our nuclear reactor and our wind and our solar farms and say which one's more aesthetically pleasing. But until then, I'm just looking for friends. And if you're going to keep pointing me to this fucking website that gives you 23 votes to score this topic and that, like, no. There's lots of fucking websites with fucking weird, like, oh, I worked hard on this, and lots of friendly people. Like, no. So I'm getting more comfortable taking myself seriously in the moment, and I don't know, picking those worthwhile fights. Like, that's just stupid to me. Like, James, I don't know about James and your philosophy. It seems a little bit too, what am I going to do with that? And so I've been improving. Yeah. I've been improving, I feel like, according to my goals. And I've been losing the stuff. Like, fuck sociocracy. You know what? When I take over the world, we can talk about sociocracy, right? Like, and it's one of those. It's another way of like saying, like, when I win the lottery, like when I win the lottery, like, yeah, I want to build a big turret like a huge tower in my backyard. But like, until then, like, this conversation's boring. Like, not this one in particular, but no. And I feel like the better I'm getting at doing that tactfully, or whatever, even though I'm not fucking, I don't know what like the most desirable result is, the more also I'm noticing, man, I do feel bad about bringing up sociocracy so much, or cybernetics and all this shit. I'm sorry for recommending all those books to you, man. I wish I was just more interesting for you when I'm interacting with you. Like, that's really what I want.
I've never told you, but I'm familiar with cybernetics. I read Norbert Wiener, like, when I was a teenager. Yeah.
I know, and you said that about Gregory Bateson, and that's why I'm saying I'm sorry. Because really, I didn't need to bring that up. It's not essential. Because if what I want you to know, if you didn't know about those things, I could say it for myself. It's just, I feel like this has been a great arena for practicing self-confidence. And then the more that I have it, the more fun I have saying, fuck it. I don't want to keep recommending to people books I had fun reading, even though they're fucking cybernetics or whatever. No, I'll just read my cybernetics books and have fun doing it. But while I'm talking to people, no, I don't want to just humor them and be like, that's a good idea. Or like, oh yeah, that's how you'll save the world. Like, really? like here. I'll even say it this way. I have a meaningful way of understanding what I mean when I say I want to save the world. You know what? I think it leads people into thinking so much fucking stuff I think I'm even thinking of dropping the saving the world stuff, you know, and even taking over the world. That sounds a little bit funner to me without so much other fluff. But even that makes people think, oh, Hitler and stuff. So you know what? I want to work on getting more straight to the jugular. You know what I mean? There might be a better way of saying it than I want to take over the world.
One of my writers, Grant Morrison, said, I don't want to save the world. Saving is what misers do.
Yeah, well, you know, I do hear myself, even when I don't like rewatch these recordings, and I think about how, you know, all the shit that I give Ivan about his like, oh, well, hemming and hawing about saving most of humanity because part of me would get a thrill out of kill them all, let God sort them out, right? That honestly, it really doesn't matter. Fuck it if it doesn't save the environment, and fuck it if it fucks humanity. Like, you know what? It's just fun saying, kill them all, let God sort them out. So, like,
Yeah.
I don't know.
Yeah. It's like Discordianism. Hail Bob. You know, Bob loves you.
Yeah, well, you know, I think there was a part of me that was really atrophying from not having the chance to stretch my intellectual legs. But now I feel like that I'm stretching them. I think there was some weight to what I was saying the other day. Like, I really may be more of a poet than a philosopher. I may want to, because look, I used to do poetry and I stopped. The muse left me the second I told myself, I want to live my poetry, not just speak it. And when I started doing that, I've been living my poetry. It's been gruesome, man. And it's been boring. It's been a mixed grab bag of all kinds of fuck, and even a good handful of like really awesome, pleasurable experiences too. And then, I don't know, after stretching my intellectual legs, I feel like I want to cut them off. And like, I don't know, I feel like I'm fighting the muse back into my life, and that a little bit of it's just fuck it. All the shit that I was taking so seriously, which I think probably is a lot of the intellectual shit that I needed to exercise or whatever, it's just that is I've just been looking for an opportunity to say, fuck, I got that off my chest. Just like when I was saying, you know, you listened to me long enough and you understood exactly what I meant when I told you my utopian whatever, like Conan the Barbarian, you know, like whatever. Once I told you, like, fuck, now that I actually like got a chance to say it as if it were like the possible beginning of something, like, you know what? I don't need to talk about it anymore. And I don't even need all the ornamental trappings anymore. Really what I'm trying to say is fuck it.
Yeah.
Because that's what the sorcerer's tyrant on a throne is doing. You know? He's saying, fuck it. I'll put them on spikes and crucify them, and, you know, they annoyed me. You know? It's not for any good cause or whatever, just it's more entertaining to life is more intense when there's dead bodies on the road, and you know this could be you when you get on the big man's bad side, you know, whether I'm the big man or not. It's just, of course, anytime people talk about that, usually they say, well, of course I'm going to be the king, you know. But no, so yeah, man, I feel like I've been dislodging stuff and don't have to say as much anymore. And what I am saying is just more pure like enthusiasm and vitality, where I'm just like, I can be that Conan the Barbarian sorceress tyrant here right now, but just saying fuck it, you know. I think James Cook's a little boring. I think telling him that will get under his skin and make him less boring, you know. Like I think we can get into a good sparring match, and you know what, it sounds like fun to me. Other things sound like more fun, but whatever, you know. I'm just yeah, crush your enemies, see them driven before you, and hear the lamentation of the women. All right. So were you there? Did you ever hear me read the Maori guy? The Maori is one of my favorites. Here, let me see. There was, I think his name was James Keeley. Lawrence Keeley. Here we go. An early missionary in New Zealand heard a Maori warrior taunting the preserved head of an enemy chief in the following fashion. You wanted to run away, didn't you? But my war club overtook you, and after you were cooked, you made food for my mouth. And where is your father? He is cooked. And where is your brother? He is eaten. Here, hold on, an ad photo. He is eaten. And where is your wife? There she sits, a wife for me. And where are your children? There they are, with loads on their backs, carrying my food as slaves. In Maori warfare, decapitation marked the beginning, not the end, of a vanquished warrior's humiliation. You know, they thought the ultimate insult was shitting someone out. And
Right.
yeah. But just whether I ever get the opportunity to do anything like that, God, it's the feeling. There's juice there, man. You know, that we've lost something, you know? Like if we're talking about how humankind has become a kind of cancer on its own ecosystem, right? That's the kind of attitude we need. Like, fuck philosophy, fuck having things well thought out, having a real plan. Like, really, if we're gonna do it, all you need is a war club and a resignation to the fact that you're gonna die at some point. And you know, someone would probably say, well, don't say that. People go out and shoot movie theaters, but like, oh no, like, oh no, like, I'm glad I wasn't there. I wonder if it was a good movie. Like,
Yeah. Kind of what we covered yesterday, isn't it? With Satan.
Domestication. Domestication is the enemy. Domestication. And we all domesticate, I'm sorry to say.
So one of the ideas that I play with is that we can domesticate ourselves in a way where it's okay to eat people.
And domesticate. And domesticate. And
Yeah.
domesticate.
Well, look. So we're all domesticated. We're also all slaves, right? Like,
Domesticated.
so let's make the if we're a slave to like higher powers and say some powers are more powerful than others, right? We need to make explicit the hierarchy, right? That way there's just no confusion, right? These things are more powerful than you. If you fuck with them, you get eaten, right? Like, if we did it that way, God, we wouldn't.
It was always like that, and it still is underneath all this domestication. In other words, it's like apparently we domesticated, but still there's a hierarchy. The monkeys upstairs are the one who controls the show, and you depends where you are in the monkey tree. You know, you get your bananas, or you're an enforcer of the other monkeys, or you just stopped and pushed by the other monkeys. And then there's supposed to be all these ideals, justice, freedom, all these ideals in order to keep the monkeys in check. In reality, at the end, like you said, is take the club and hit in the head.
Yeah.
And get it.
Well, the trick.
That's it. That's it. There's nothing more.
Well, here's the trick. I can do that on my own, but really, is that much fun? Like, if it's just me, me. No. So look, this is where like David had a little bit of quibbling with. I was saying this is one of the glamours of being a pirate, right? Think of pirates.
I always love pirates. Always love pirates.
Look, you hear that, David? He loves pirates. Look.
I love pirates. And the Buccaneers, they got the license to be pirates, but they were pirates too. So it's the same. I love pirates. I love them.
Yeah.
That's real freedom, because they got what they got and they live their life 100%. There's no like if and bats or whatever. They did what they needed to do. And you know, and we all have that option. Always. Always.
Well, this is what I'm arguing. We could be lone wolf weirdo terrorists that shoot up like, you know, movie theaters and shopping malls and stuff like that. But really, that doesn't add up to much. No. If you can make friends with people, that will help you
share your lawlessness.
Yeah, like
stolen kind of sharing.
Stolen watermelon tastes sweeter, and the honor amongst thieves is arguably a higher honor than just the kind we're all subjected to. It's the kind where your actions matter. Your credibility is on the line, and your credibility is your life. If you don't do what you say to the pirates, they'll
Oh
make
yeah,
it.
they'll kill you. They'll kill you. That's it.
Yeah. Yeah. No, well,
There's no
I'm just saying throw in you can eat them and also take their wives and their children as your slaves too. Now, this is where I say if you've got domestication keeping everyone in check, if we're going to make it more interesting, more survival oriented and not so humanistic oriented, right?
more spicy. It becomes more spicy, more immediate.
Th-
Life
this-
becomes more immediate, more alive, more. I would say it's like fresh chicken soup. You killed it just 10 minutes ago, and
Yeah.
you make chicken. It tastes much better.
yeah.
It tastes much fresh.
So many people say, I want to eat the burger. I don't want to know the cow. Really, the burger will taste better if you had to strangle the cow with your bare hands.
Correct. And you
Better.
cut the meat and you did ground it, and then you cook it fairly fresh, and still the blood is pooling out of the damn fucking meat.
Yeah.
You know, yeah. And it
So-
tastes better. And it's a fact. This is not mysterious. This is a fact.
So I guess what I'm saying is that if you're gonna have like a hierarchy, right? Like the good old days, like things really are, right? Explicit. One of the best ways you can keep the lower people in check, but also offer incentives to the higher tiers, is more privileges over the slaves on the tiers beneath you. Like,
That's the way it works. Yeah.
yeah. No, like you may not be able to kill your underlings with impunity, right? But their underlings, yeah, you can eat them and take their wives and children if you want. You know,
Yeah. You don't have. You see, it has to do with ownership. And see, now we're going to go to synthetic life because they have patented life in 1989 was the first cell they patented, and eventually humans are going to be owned. No slaves, no. A slave is different. You were free, you were captured, or you were born in slavery, and they own you. But this is different. This is the whole DNA structure. Your own life is owned to the cellular level, and ownership is going that direction. Slowly, they are patenting and creating ownership of life.
yeah.
And when is that done completely, and eventually will take 100 or 200 years, I don't know how long.
I'm
That's it. Game over.
Well, I'm not so much. I'm not that worried about it. I don't know what'll happen in my lifetime. There's all kinds of weird stuff going on as far as genetics go, but like it's related to something older than that, right? Like whether you want to call it copyright or intellectual property, right?
Yeah.
Like when you work for the government, if you are privy to classified information, confidential information, top secret information, that intellectual property that's now in your mind belongs to the government, and you
Yeah.
have no right to share that
No,
and make a
no
copy,
right.
right?
You snitch.
Yeah.
Snitch if you do it. You
Yeah,
should
so-
be killed.
No, well, it's a way of claiming. Listen, everyone in my gang gets to wear blue, right? But you don't get to wear blue, right? So it's a way of it's a way of enforcing intellectual property. It's a mimetic, a meme ownership, right?
It's ownership. Yeah. It's ownership.
So to me, it's older because it's kind of like we've been doing this since like ancient Israel with the
Oh
shibboleth.
yeah.
The shibboleth. You don't say, "Oh, you're not a follower of our God. You don't do our rituals." You know what I
Yeah.
mean? You're not one of us. So the thing is what it has in common with other animals, though, is it has everything to do with control and territoriality. And the thing
Yeah.
is that any hierarchy eventually has someone at the top, or else it's headless.
Yeah.
Someone's
Yeah.
waiting to be the person at the top. You know, they're figuring it out. So just at one point or another, if the world is going to be saved, even though I'm like losing my interest in how much fun that topic is having, right? Is that eventually one person if humans are going to be the creatures that consolidate the worldwide organism, eventually one person is technically going to own the entire planet and arguably the known universe.
Yeah, but if you look at nature, there's always something living out of something else. So something is living out of us. There's a life form that lives out of us, all of us. I'm talking about.
Yeah, well, there's like parasites. You know?
Yeah, no, well, you know, if you look at a tree lives on minerals, the sun, you know, it needs certain environment to live from. And then you go, other animals eat the tree or the plants, and then you have different ecology. Keep going up, up, up. What live out of us? What live out of us? Something has to live out of us. And supposedly we say, oh no, it's the government, it's like the cabal, this group or that group. That it's true. It through money to control, you have that. But who live out of them?
So this this is I don't get a chance to think of it and say it as often as I should. I want to get more practice at this. Is memes. Memes are using us like viruses. They live off of us. They are technically a kind of life form. I think most uses of the word spirit qualify perfectly with what a meme is.
It's like apps in the computer, programs in the computer.
Yeah, well, like
it sucks away the thing out of it.
Well, if you look at like any tribe, they've got their gods, and what are the gods? They're memes that live in them, and there's a And you even look at bigger ones like ancient Greece, you know, the pantheons, you know, and eventually you have one meme that rules over all memes. And
Olympia, a place you cannot reach, and then Zeus, Zeus, the one who controls all the gods, who's the father of all of them, you know. But at the end, it's the operating system that controls everything else. In other words, there's somebody over Zeus, there's somebody over the pharaoh.
Okay.
It has to have.
So you talk a lot of evolution and biology. You sound like a selectionist, like natural selection, right?
No, I really don't care about that. You know, I mean, I think you have a reality that you have to deal with every day, and that's really your immediate kind of preoccupation or problem solving that you have to do every day. And you can, in other words, we get bread and circus at the end of the day. You know, I mean, I'm happy with my chicken in my pot. You know, a chicken in every pot. Okay, so I'm happy to some degree with it, and I want to always be in the winning side rather than the losing side. Because at the end of the day, you don't want you to suffer more than you need to. So I just talk about that because it has to be. It's just like, in other words, it's like if we live out of chickens and we eat chickens and cows, and you know, they don't know. In the farm, you can see there's beautiful chickens out there, and there's beautiful cows out there, and they're in the farm, but they don't know what's going to happen to them. What kind of sausage they're going to be. But in other words, it's like what, you know, I'm always fascinated of this hierarchy is like what live out of us. And that's why we feel like sometimes lost because, you know, we are like in a farm and we don't know why and this and that. It's just like there's a kind of this known unknown that is there all the time.
So I hear what you're saying. I think I get it now. Like I said, memes and yeah. I could talk about that more if I want to, but I think I know what you're talking about. Look, there's symbiosis that happens.
Yeah.
Symbiosis.
Symbiotic. Yes.
So look. You know what the most populated bird on the planet is?
Populated. I mean, it's everywhere.
It's the bird that has the largest population on the planet.
Those finches, maybe the brown chief finches.
No. You'll like this. Are you ready?
Yeah, go ahead.
the domesticated chicken.
Oh, of course. Yeah, that's right.
So look,
That's right. That's right.
so look, so if we're talking about domestication, arguably it goes both ways a little bit. We've domesticated ourselves to be able to farm chicken and plants
Yes.
and other
Yes.
animals. So technically, they live off of us. And in fact, they're doing better than the other birds that don't live off of us, but we live off of them too. So it's not just a hierarchy. It's
Correct.
you
I
know,
like that. Yes, I like that. Yes.
no,
Yes.
there's so many things in life that are more successful than they would be without humans because we use them because we need them, or they make
Yeah.
things.
And you know what? This is interesting what you said. In other words, like these people or these entities could be among us. In other words, they could be just in front of you and you really don't know. In other words, like the chickens, the farmer goes around, pick up the eggs, and he come around, and this they look at them, but they don't know because they live in their own world, their own planet over there. The chickens, some free roaming or whatever. But at the end of the day, uh, whatever is going to happen to them, it will happen to them. And for some reason, it's possible, like you said, they are right with us. In other words, it's like, and they've always been with us. And maybe, like you say, religion, Krishna, Zeus, all these suckers, you know what I mean? For some reason, maybe they left, maybe they still are here, and they adapted in order to control us because we got smarter somehow. We could see them, we could identify them. Oh, this chicken is smart. Oh, we're going to cut it. They got smarter. Like dogs. I think dogs are getting smarter because they hang out with us to a certain extent. So,
Well, so there's a book called The Meme Machine by Susan Blackmore, and it's exactly about this, that we became smart enough for an idea to replicate through us. And once that happened, we've been getting infected by these replicators called memes more and more. So much.
Okay.
So the argument is that we've got a symbiotic relationship with this information life form. It's a life form made of information that replicates itself from body to body. And the thing is the more information we can hold depends on how big our brain is, right? So the argument is that there's only a few mammals whose mothers, the mom, dies during childbirth, right? Hyenas are one of them, Tasmanian devils, sometimes it happens, and humans, right? Humans, it's because our heads are so big.
Yeah, you have to go through the channel.
Yeah, if you look at other primates, great apes, they take twice as long before they're born, right? And the thing is when they come out, they can already do pretty much everything that all the other animals. So,
I 100%, I got it. Yes, we take a year to walk, a year to talk, all kind of drama.
Yeah, no. So the argument is that if we had a normal sized brain compared to other apes, right? That if we weren't infected by memes that made our brains so big, that we wouldn't have premature births as a species, and we would take about 18 months, and by the time we came out, we would be able to walk and talk. But I'm just letting you know that I feel like there's enough weight to this argument as it being something like a virus that's like...
Yeah. I was hearing about this coronavirus that in reality, they were checking different statistics, and this virus acts in humans in synchrony. Their community, they communicate themselves in a certain way that every 7 days they have like a spike. In other words, there is a rhythm of different things, and it's a virus. You think it doesn't have intelligence, you think it doesn't have nothing, but they have this. I don't know what it is exactly, but they do have this connection between themselves. And that's why I say there's nothing to do because it needs us to exist. So it's like, okay, I heard about a bacteria or something that, like a cat eat the rat, and then the rat would run to the cat with some kind of something like that. Is a fungus or something that the rat eats, and then it runs to the cat, and the cat eats it. And as soon as some kind of symbiotic relationship there, like you said, that we are put in a certain, we do whatever we do, and in other words, we just do the same thing over and over again. And in other words, it's like, it's kind of a pathogen. It's just like that's it. And then it's kind of, what's the name of that memes? What was it? I need to check because
It's the meme machine.
the meme machine, and probably it's biological. Probably there's some elements of biology here that, who knows, is this virus is some kind of, or whatever. They're trying to control us in a very, it's creepy. It's creepy. It's very creepy to think about this stuff.
Yeah. So, well, the thing between symbiotic creatures is that there's a fight between them most of the time that they work out. They're technically in competition with each other, but they adapt to fulfill each other's needs. And the thing is if everyone gets infected by a bad idea, say like Jonestown, that kills them all, it's like a virus that will kill its host before it has the chance to replicate, because if Jonestown if Jim Jones would have been around longer, maybe he would have spread more of his ideas around. Anyways, but the argument is basically that these things are so useful to us, these ideas that we're able to be infected by and to spread to others, is that they're so useful to us that it's worth making us a creature whose mothers die with a very high rate during childbirth because our heads are so big to have a capacity for all of these thoughts that can infect us. So
Oh my God, man, it's just like, oh my God. I always said it's like, what comes first? It's like the chicken or the egg. It's like, that's the basis of it. You know what I mean? Like, oh my God, yeah. I like it. I really, it's so, it gets very, in other words, it's like, we don't have no other choice than to do what we do anyway. So it's kind
we're
of.
just infected with the ideas that we were infected by.
That's right. You got it. You got it. And that's it.
The way we're
That's it.
slave to everything else, that the ideas that we think we're slaves to,
That's
we're
it.
possessed by them. Like
We're
spirits.
fucked. In other words, we're fucked. That's it. We're fucked.
Also, look. I think we can develop an immunity to certain ideas, right? Like you think there's you believe in miracles, or I don't know, something stupid, right? But you have enough evidence, you've seen it, you're immune to believing that stupid idea any longer. It happens. I think some ideas are they're like viruses. Some ideas are harder to get an immunity to than others. So here's the thing. If viruses are like spirits, an immunity to a virus is like helping someone exorcise, like an exorcist, a bad idea, right? So if human life on this planet is out of control, maybe it's out of control because there's the virus in our mind that says humankind is more valuable than they really are. If we were able, and this is where I think the only practical use for philosophy is for me is I want to attack that idea that humans are special and worth something just because they're humans and they're the same species as me. Because if we didn't think they were so special, it would be a lot easier for us to control ourselves and how much we consume and overconsume our environment. So I don't think people are the problem per se. It's that we've all been infected and are possessed by an idea that says we're higher on the food chain than we really should be if we're going to be good to ourselves, so that we will be like Jonestown collectively killing ourselves because the virus
Yeah.
didn't have a chance to spread.
Oh my God! But we don't have no. It's like it's like one of those judo kind of thing. It's a lock. Whatever you do, you're locked to a certain degree, and
No,
that's why they do this stuff. You know, we're locked. We just cannot free ourselves from the lock. You know, so
So this is where I'm trying to practice the skill of being an exorcist and a demon slayer. And I want to help kill bad ideas that are living off of people in their heads. Because
very difficult. But you know what? Worth it, because in a way you also exercise yourself by exercise others. In
Well,
other
here's
words,
the
it's
thing.
like you have to be. In other words, all right. I was talking about somebody else. If somebody solved your problem, you were not confronted with that problem because somebody else has solved it to you. You want to try to solve the problem. And when you actually cannot solve the problem, then you ask for help, because if not, you won't learn to solve the problem.
yeah.
So, in that said, that that resistance in overcoming of something, of anything, could be anything, you know what I mean? It's not like you want to resist. The best is not to resist, because then you
Well,
don't
this-
make it real.
Well, this is why I like the virus terminology, an immunity, right? Take
Yes.
take ancient Greek culture, for example. If, say, they were all infected by the Olympians, right? As a memeplex, the Olympian, the
Oh, the
Pantheon,
Olympia, yeah, they got, yeah.
right? So listen, we still today, that virus has passed on. It's just we're immune to it. We don't take it as the way things are now, right? Like
Yes.
like Nietzsche. Nietzsche says
Yes.
God is dead because Christianity, in his mind, was killed by Darwinism. Really, he
Not
became,
really.
he became immune to Christianity because Darwinism
Yeah.
helped give him the resistance to it. And he was saying, oh no, what are we going to be infected by now to give us some kind of enthusiasm? What's going to get us fevered up and
Yeah, right
fired
here,
up
right
towards
here,
life
right here.
anymore if we don't have a good virus thing? Anyway,
Right here, right
yeah.
here.
So the way I tie this all back together is, let's say I save you, right? For hypothetically speaking, I save you from certain demons, right? And I exorcise certain bad spirits from you, right? I give you, I share some of my blood with you and give you an immunity to some of these viruses. And now that you're saved, right? Now you can enter the quarantine zone of my pirate crew. Now, in the pirate crew, we can start talking about how we're going to save others from the stupid ideas that they've been infected by and are possessed by. So that's, to me, fun. I'm not just doing this to save the world, because look, I'm a monkey. Part of me wants women and good food and status, and the one way I can motivate myself to do something worthwhile to anyone else is to say, well, I want to save the world, right? Or I want to take over the world and save the world. Well, how do we do that? Well, I want to start this pirate crew, right? And it involves saving individuals just like Jesus or Buddha or someone who saves people, right? And gets them into the new immunity to what's killing us, right?
Well, the East use meditation. You know what I mean? In other words, like this state of I won't say. You see, that's why I like philosophy better, because a meditation just keep the same apps going on the mobile phone. It doesn't do nothing. You know what I mean? You still keep thinking and having the habits over and over. And in other words, they do shit. Now, if you be able to see those apps and eliminate them in that process, it's a different story.
I think meditation can be a useful skill on its own.
Yeah, it can be
Very
useful.
to be able to clear one's own mind.
Yeah, it can be useful.
And to practice focus. I do agree with what you're saying, though, that if you don't pick apart the ideas that were causing you distress, when you're done meditating, they're there. They
You're
never.
there. You're there again. Same thing. Same
Didn't
scenario. Same bullshit. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, some people who advocate meditation say, "Oh, just try not to think about that. Like it's always
No.
going to be there." They'll call it the pain body. They'll call it your karma.
Yeah.
They'll
Clear
say
your
just walk away,
mind.
you know.
Look at the light. All kind of smoke and mirrors. But
Yes.
at the end of the day, you have to confront yourself anyway.
Well, I'll say this just from personal experience. I do think the skills of meditation, both in clearing one's mind and also in, say, sharpening one's sword through like focus, I think are both very necessary skills to exercising people's
Yeah.
bad ideas. And your
No,
own too.
I agree.
They're just not enough. They're necessary, but not sufficient.
The way I see it is just like open awareness kind of meditation, and one that you really don't need to close your eyes. You can still open your eyes and you can still think and still be in meditation. In other words, whatever you do every day, through the day, you still be meditating what you do. It's just like you're dreaming. When you go to dream, you don't have the body connection, but you're still in the mind and your dreams. And then you dispose of the body, but you still can feel, you can still wake up in a nightmare, all kind of shit happens in your brain while you're sleeping. But at the end of the day, it's just like, I don't have all the answer. I know that. I'm always talking shit, but I know, I like this story about these memes. I really like it. I'm going to check that out because, like you say, in other words, you have to have the ability to talk. If you don't have the ability to talk, you cannot store information. You cannot store words. You cannot store images. You cannot store all this stuff. And all this storage is used. And then I'm going to create all these creatures. They're going to fight and die for ideas because my idea is better than your idea. And then I'm going to kill you because my idea has to prevail over your idea. And you have millions of people, 100 million people dying in World War II. Creepy. 100 million people in Japan, in Europe, everywhere. Almost. It's like, in what kind of extent people die for ideas? It's just the ultimate proof of stupidity of these memes and how powerful they are and how it's amazing. It's amazing. It's just creepy.
Well, it's important to remember that they never really go away. The same way anything you've ever learned really in your life, you never forget, you just may have grown past it. And you can say now, yeah, I used to think that way. And I still remember what it was like thinking that way.
Yeah, I know that. It's creepy. I hate that. I hate that part. I don't like it.
Well,
I keep thinking something I didn't think, and I keep, oh my God, I catch myself. Oh my God. This is crazy. I don't want to do this.
Yeah.
But boom.
So one of the ideas, or one of the virus strains, I think is one of the nastiest, even though there's plenty of them, is humanism. And humanism is exactly what says, oh my God, millions of people died. That's horrible. Billions of people have died before we have come about. It wasn't that horrible. We're here now. Like, it's just, I don't know. I think, like, look at this. Like, I've got like my imaginary kitten, right? Like, there's a kitten right here, and I'm petting the kitten, and I love the kitten, and oh, it's just so sweet and cuddly. And then, right? Oh my God, I just killed the kitten. It was an imaginary kitten, right? Like, now look, real people really have died. I mean, I'm sure both of us know plenty of people who've really died. It's serious, But when it comes to talking about people we don't know or we don't care about, like, I take for granted, and I'm not accusing you of this, but I imagine most people have one person in their life that when they found out that they died went, good, I didn't like that guy. You know what I mean?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. So, no. So part of me is saying, when you say, oh, the millions of people that died, yeah, some of them may have been related to me and may have been related
No,
to you.
I don't care about if they die or not. What I'm saying is the idea that millions of people died because of ideas. In other words, they fought to defend something or to attack because of the different idea that you have. And this is a massive event, a massive enterprise.
Well,
And
I guess one of the
it's creepy. For me, it's an abomination. It's no different than somebody going because you touch their car and shoot you. It's no different.
yeah, well, I guess the way I understand it is that ideas are going to keep killing people. They're going to keep killing their hosts.
They will. Yes.
Just like viruses that are too successful. Like
yes.
You know, and
we're condemned. We are messed up. We're condemned with this creepy shit. That's it.
Yeah.
And animals do that too. You know, I mean, it's not like they're far. You know, I mean, animals. There's a moment. A cat. I have in my neighbor some cats. Man, some of them they have battle scars. I tell you, they have battle scars, man. You know, I mean, it's vicious cats fighting against each other in a so vicious way. Sometimes they die. Don't be mistaken. It's like, you know, like if they cannot recuperate, they die.
Yeah, well, we're all gonna die.
I know. I know it sounds a little bit disheartening, but it's true.
Well, here's the thing. It's not disheartening to me, right? Like, look. I don't need Nietzsche's eternal recurrence, right? I can love my life even if this is the one and only time. If it repeats itself, I'll still act like each time this is the one.
Like you don't know. Like you don't. Actually, you don't. If it was like that.
Yeah, but I think what I've learned from him, regardless of whether time repeats infinitely or whether there's an afterlife or whether this is the only one, that you live a more full life, a more joyous life when you love it, when you accept it, when you embrace it, right? And so what I was saying earlier is that I don't know if I'm going to live another 5 minutes or another 5 months or another 5 years or another 50 years, right? But if I can say it now while I'm alive, my life is that much richer.
That's because you give it more meaning. You're giving it more meaning.
Yeah.
You give it more value. It's a value problem.
Yeah. Now here's the thing. I can say I love it all. Yes to it all, right? But then what? You know, chop wood, haul water, right? Here's the thing. If I know if I have the time in between the moments that I say it's all wonderful and I will take it on just like this every single time over and over, right? In between those times, if I can think to myself, well, wait a minute, if I'm going to repeat myself, or if this is my one and only life, right? How do I get the most out of it? Well, if I think that I'm just an animal like everyone else, or if I just even think of my own experiences, even if regardless of the ideas, I think of my own experiences. Well, having sex was nice. Good food was nice. Feeling powerful was nice. Right? You know, doing good things for others where they say, yeah, I like what you're saying, or you did a good job that day, right? All of these things, all of them feel good. Well, you know, I can think of a situation where all of those things are at their height. If I were the king of the world, right? If I were the king of the world, I would have all of the women, the greatest food, you know, foot massages every day, you know, people would constantly be, great job, you know, it would be like pure, concentrated, distilled, and refined, the best of what a monkey in our position could get out of life, right? So here's the thing. I can say, yeah, I love life now, but you know, when I'm bored and I don't have a goal and I don't know what to do with myself, you know, saying, I'm going to look online and see what kind of porn I can find isn't as tantalizing or fascinating or motivating as the thing that appeals to the whole monkey. It says, I want to take over and save the world, right? So here's where I say, I may not take over and save the world. In fact, I don't even think taking that too seriously would be good for me or help me take over the world. But having it as a goal makes my life that much more enjoyable. So when I say yes, I don't feel like I'd have to force the yes as much, right? And the thing is if I've thought about how to actually do it, not just have delusions of grandeur, right? If I actually say to myself, it's enjoyable for me to look at someone else like you and say, I see how you've been infected by the same viruses as me, and it feels better to be immune to them, that it's fun being a demon slayer or an exorcist, and to help people develop an immunity and a resistance to these ideas. And then if I'm lucky enough to actually get that far with someone, I say, hey, welcome aboard to my pirate crew. By the way, I'm going to take over the world with this pirate crew, right? It's one of those things that I feel like I have found the right goal. You know what I mean? Not the right, the best. I don't know how to say it. The most fascinating, the most desirable goal I can
Yeah.
think of. That
Yeah.
it feels good in the moment. It also has good effects on others and me in the moment.
Yeah,
And
because they
also,
feel good themselves too. Yeah.
and
Yeah.
also, if we are going to take over and save the world, this is a great first step. Getting others that you can communicate and hopefully, I mean, organize with in a way that's like fun, fun and wholesome, right? Like it's possible. So
It
it's
is
one of those
possible.
things. It's one of those things. Listen, I don't think it's going to happen. I'm not sitting back going like, oh no, 5 years have passed and I don't have 1,000 followers or whatever. It's one of those things. If it's done right, it doesn't matter whether we save the world or not. You know what I mean? Come on board my pirate crew with me and let us go after the biggest treasure possible. We may not get there, but we're going to have adventure and we're going to be doing more good and having more fun doing it with more hope that's realistic than anyone else who says, oh, nuclear power is the way, or nuclear power is not the way, or this problem, or that problem. You know what I'm saying? Go after the biggest and most important stuff and what really matters, and all of the rest of the stuff you and me can figure out later on when we take over the world. Hey, was it better to build the nuclear power plant or was it better to build the solar farm? Was it better to do this? We can decide for ourselves instead of sitting around being the kind of people that just listen to what the news tells us is the best way or the worst way, or, oh, it's all doom and gloom. You know what? One day we could take over the world and say, there is no climate change. Who knows? We didn't know until we have all the resources at our disposal. But once we have all of our resources in order, we can say, hey, things aren't that bad. I don't know. I don't know if it's going to be like that. You know what I mean? I really don't. I just have what news tells me, and I've gotten more in the habit than most of saying, I'm immune to that. I'm immune to it. It's just another virus, and
Yeah.
I'm perfecting the art. I'm perfecting the virus of not of being immune to the other viruses. You know what I mean? So
I agree with you. I was thinking about that one time and still thinking about it in a certain way. In other words, if I have something I want and I can help somebody else have what I want too, because I want the same, but they want the same too. But society doesn't let me have what I want and doesn't let the other person have what they want, but we want the same thing. If I help the other person or I create a system or something that will that person will have what they want without being penalized by the collective. That's why I'm very against the collective.
yeah,
Uh, and then I I am I have what I want, and the other person have what they want. And then if both, I'm talking about both. I'm talking about could be thousands of people, millions of people. It doesn't matter. But most of the things that we want, to some degree, there's extremes in everything. I mean, there's extreme in everything. is not really approved 100% by society. And whatever is approved and they want you to have is in order to create those memes. In other words, the memes are just something they want you to have. It's like cell phones. Do they
Yeah,
want
well,
you to have cell phones? Yeah, they want you to have cell
no, well, I was telling James earlier, if I want a cult following that conforms to me the way I want them to, I'm going to be propagating certain memes among them that I say, don't expose yourself to others. This is the way, that's not the way. You know what
phones.
I mean?
No, of
So
course. It's
that,
control.
yeah, that's not necessarily what I'm trying to do, but I can imagine that. So this is one of the things that I like clearing up. I think you're right. Society says that's not the thing to do, right?
Yeah.
The same way it says don't go shooting up high school movies, right? But
Of course, of course, of
but
course.
we
of course.
both said if you really want to, you can just take a club and do it.
Correct, correct. You
So-
know, I mean, I don't think it's again, that's extreme now.
Yeah,
But at the end of the day, it's really, who are we to judge what makes somebody else happy? In other words, we can't, we should not, but we do, because society is like a Ponzi scheme. It has to maintain itself. New people have to come in. Other people die. We're happy maybe when other people more die because that way we're going to get more social security or less of it. Let's take it out from them. In other words, it's a Ponzi scheme. And being a Ponzi scheme is corrupt from the initial civilization. Civilization is corrupt initially. And all the thoughts that maintain that civilization is corrupt.
I don't know. Corrupt is always relative to
Of course,
a certain
no,
meme.
no, I'm saying corrupt because it maintains. It's not like it's good or bad. I'm not talking about corrupt of judgment of ethics or morality.
Yeah.
No, I'm talking about it's functional.
So this is
Dysfunctional.
this is what I've got to say to tie together what I've been doing with you right now, right? So I told you, you were talking about doing something good for others that's also makes you feel
I
good.
thought
but
about
can
that.
also-
Yeah.
and that society really doesn't that isn't what its goals for you are. It'll say don't do things that
No.
way, just do what you're told, right?
No.
So the thing is, to do what I've been doing with you, right, takes the mentality of someone who's willing to go into a theater and shoot people up. Except I'm not going into a theater shooting people up. I'm saying fuck it, right? I don't care about society. This could be my last dying act, right? And I want to go out in a blaze of glory. How am I going to do that? I want to infect you with the meme that I've been working on, that I've been putting together from other people who've been working on it, because I can't take all the credit, you know what I mean? But to be an exorcist, right? To help people overcome their stupidities, right? To be a demon slayer is to be an attacker, is to be a kind of intellectually violent person. So that everything that I've been doing with you, to me, has been like hunting for food or like killing enemies, except it's been within the framework of having a civil conversation with a stranger on Zoom, but to me, it is all of those monkey things. I'm swinging through the jungle. I'm fighting this idea and I'm fighting that idea. And it's enthusiastic to me because I've framed it in this way that's basically, like I said when I first started, bloody. Here's the thing. This is why it's kind of related to piracy. Like what James was saying about how no one has the right to tell me what to think, right? And they shouldn't tell me or whatever.
Yeah. That guy. Yeah.
The reason why I was countering him was because I was saying everyone's going to do that to me anyways. I also want to do that, right? Technically.
No, you do that to yourself. You do that to yourself all the time.
Yeah.
Every time you self-check yourself to see if comply with other people or comply with yourself in relation to other people. And that's another infection. In other words, use the word infection as a domestication of a thought. It's like seeing porn. You know, you don't see porn in public. You see porn in privacy. You can see your phone and you still will see it in private or share with somebody else that approves of it. But it is not approved when it's full of it. In other words, the internet is full of porn, but you don't see porn in public. It's creepy. You know,
Yeah.
if something is approved, it's legal, but
No,
it's illegal to see it in public.
You're right. You're really onto something. There's a time and a place for things. For example, I haven't had nearly as many opportunities to do the kind of talking I've been doing here most other places in the world. So this isn't porn, but it's something that
It's a kind of porn. It's a kind of porn.
it's a
Because
special
we
content.
we are not talking the average approved token or approved acceptance. We go a little bit beyond that and becomes no, I won't say extreme because action and words are two different things. But
Well-
first come a thought and then come action. You cannot have action before a thought.
I don't know. I know a little bit
You
about
can have a reaction. If you see a snake, you react to it. You don't think, you react. It's impulse. It's natural inside.
Yeah.
But in
I know-
order to plan
I
something,
know what you're saying. Most of the time, we do have some reactions like snake. You know what I'm talking about. Anyways,
yeah,
well, what I guess what I was getting at was though is that the same way he was saying no one has the right to tell me what to do, and I was like, well,
yeah.
I expect people to tell me that stuff. I'm just immune to it, right?
Okay.
So,
Yes.
So this is where I'll say, you didn't ask me to say these things to you, right? I have been infecting you with this in a kind of violent way. Like you didn't ask for whether I had the right to like I didn't ask if I had the right to tell you these things. I just did it, right? And this is where
Yeah.
I say how it ties back to being like pirates is that the time was just right, you know. Thing that we're in an environment where we can get away with this porn, and I saw you and said, here's an opportunity to Shanghai you aboard my pirate crew, right? So that you didn't ask for this. You didn't ask for this. This is a kind of violence. This is a kind of
We all kind of a rebel because, an example, if you're born into a family that's very imposing, and if you're born to a family that kick your ass, example, in my case, it's not. I'm not talking about here like okay drama. No. I'm saying like depends. Example, I have my parents are both narcissists, and some of them, one more than both of them, some psychopath narcissists, both of them, and I was mean to my family. In other words, I was beaten right and left just because they needed to release some stress. Is that injustice or whatever? It's just that what happened. It's up to me to have, in that time, I was not very happy, of course, but it took me years to be able to shed like a skin of a snake that have to shed their skin in order to recuperate. And the brain does that too, because of identity. We shed identity. We shed what is not needed. We shed what is bothering us. We shed the past in order to create a future. But it's not really a future because everything is in the present. The past and the future is in the present. So we're not shedding nothing. We're just basically, some people, because PTSD, they will be there all the time. They will remember it all the time. They dream about it all the time because it was a very violent act. And the way they took it, because maybe they're more sensitive, their brain and their mind is weaker, they took it in. It's just like somebody that is born into some kind of religion and you are more susceptible to that religion, or you go the other side around. I hate this shit. I don't want it. I really against everything they say because I know they're just lying and they're a bunch of hypocrites. The word you use, hypocrites, is people that are authentic. They are not living the word, even though we make mistakes. I will say something today, tomorrow I may do something else. That's not the point. It's living it. It's two different things that, it's living the present, living the moment, being honest and authentic with yourself right now. That's the only thing that we do have, in my opinion. Again, I'm not trying to impose nothing on nobody. I'm not trying to sell nothing, and there's no sale. Pay $10 right now with PayPal. No, there's nothing going on. But what basically is, we need to deal with ourselves every day at the end of the day. And with all this meme, what's the name of the book?
The Meme
Machine.
Yeah.
Meme Machine. I like that shit. I really like that shit.
Here, I'm sending you the
link. Yeah.
Yeah.
I tried to look for it. I didn't see that. It's a lady, no? A lady wrote that shit.
Yeah. By Susan Blackmore. And here, too, also, if you're interested, I'll give you my Facebook. If you're on Facebook, that's my Facebook link.
I see that, yes.
I guess just the gist that I was getting at was that regardless of shoulds or the hypocrisy of it, I guess, I don't know, of how right it is or the positive effect that it can have on me or others. I guess I'm just getting to, it's important to note that I consider it a matter of luck that I have developed through a lot of different circumstances, the acquired taste of imposing my like meta meme, my but you know what I'm saying? My
yeah. Your kind of an aura, the energy, there is energy. That's the key. There is this energy, and I think I have my theory about it. My theory is like we do have a biological operating system, and what happened is we really cannot leave it 100% authentic because again, it's the culturization, and we have something to lose. That's why I like pirates, because pirates lived the life because there was nothing to lose. They already, anytime they boarded one of the Spanish galleons, their life was on the line. Their life was on the line of the pirate ship too, because of the suckers around. So they were always, their life was in the line in the present moment, and they have to deal with it now. Something that we lost, something is gone. That immediacy of freshness. Like the killed fucking chicken, it tastes better,
Well, so David's nice enough to let me, he's been letting me visit a lot of his open forums. I try not to visit all of them just because I want to give him a break for me, because I feel like I can be annoying. I see him a lot.
No, I think you're a great guy. Let me tell you, I know for nothing or increase your ego or whatever. You do have like, I call it like the Aikido kind of thing. Aikido, it's like energy, like you pull it this way, and, Steven Seagal. You're kind of a Steven Seagal of these thoughts that you have to listen. You have really to listen. And when I try to, I say, oh my God, this guy is like, is handling different things at the same time and projecting it in a certain way that really is very vibrating or exciting. It's not like lame or repeating or just I have this information and this is what somebody else said or whatever. No, it's just like there is a process and there's a synthesis going on, and I like that about you. I really like that about you. I like that.
Well, hey, I really appreciate that, man. Like I was saying to David earlier, like when I first got onto these talks, I think I was a lot more boring. I think I wasn't handling all the information that was been thrown at me as well. I've been getting a little bit more comfortable at it because I'm getting the chance to practice talking with a bunch of people that like, hey, if I say the wrong thing, it's not like you can beat me up. It's not like I'm going to lose my job. You know what I mean? So it's been a chance for me to,
Oh my God.
you know, develop some confidence in a low risk situation. And look, I've got a lot of improvement to do. I've got a lot of room for improvement, and I really like getting that out of these things. It's just I appreciate that feedback. It is what I've been trying to do, and I mean I can even put some words on it, like I've worked hard to be able to do certain types of thinking
Yeah.
without being conscious of it. And so I feel like I've got kind of like invisible helpers in my own mind that are kind of in the background that I've trained well enough I can kind of trust them, so that while I'm consciously spouting out the things they're giving me, they're doing a lot more information crunching than I could possibly do, because
No.
I don't think most people are capable.
No, I can tell you, you are a natural born artist. You're an artist, and that's what artists do. They do they take different. It's like cooking. Still an artist. You take different ingredients. You take different things, and try to make something out of it, and it still comes out in a better way than whatever you took. Just not throw it in the pan and find out what happens. No, there is a processing, and it's harsh. It's hard, but you do it a very natural way. That's why I'm talking about. You are a natural artist. You're not trying to be an artist. You're natural an artist.
Well,
This is
I really appreciate that. I use the cooking metaphor so much for.
oh,
what
you do, you do, yeah,
Yeah, no,
yeah.
well, look, I love food, right? Like in this metaphor, I love food. Normally, the way I say it is, listen, you can eat like raw kernels of something, and yeah, you'll
Yeah.
get some food out of it. But you cook it, it breaks it down, it makes it more nutritious. You get more things from it. It's like alchemy, right? And so,
Yes,
the,
yes, yes.
so the way I think,
Correct,
you
correct.
most people can cook, right? Most people, even if they don't know how to cook, they know how to cook one thing or two things or three things. Most people can cook, even if they don't cook. You know, even if they just know how to put it in a microwave. Even if they don't know how, they can at least they know how to read a cookbook, right? And this is where I think, listen, it's one thing to look into a cookbook and that was written by like a master, you know, and like, oh, you read the ingredients, you read the recipes, and like it's an instruction manual, and it tells you if you do this, it'll do this for you. But but if you're working with a new situation, you don't have all of the ingredients, or you've got more ingredients than what's in there. Really, only a master knows how to do this. And how does a master do it? Well, he experiments. A good cook is like a scientist. He plays with salt and citrus and fat and carrots and celery and onions and garlic. You know, he tries them in different proportions. He can look at each one and say, oh, this clove of garlic, it came from a shitty plant. Like I can just tell already from the tannins on it, you know, that it's I'll use it in this dish or whatever. And so the thing is I've always wanted to be able to do what I thought I saw great wizards doing in my life, like real wizards. You know, wizards at something. You know, if they're either like a philosopher or a hypnotist or just a really great spiritual guy or even just a good friend that's just a great presence for you. I've met some masters before, and I've wanted to be one, and so I knew that it was possible because I've met them. I know they exist, and when I reverse engineer how they did it,
So,
they loved it. They loved it. They wanted to play with every little piece and ingredient and try every new combination. And the thing is they don't need any recipe books anymore. They don't need a cookbook anymore. They just, it's second nature. It's like riding a bicycle. Like you're hungry, well, we've got people and we're serving them for dinner tonight or whatever.
no, you. Let me tell you, you're doing it. You're doing it. You know, what I mean, it's a reality. This is not a fiction. You do this synthesis, this these dishes there, you know, And hey, you have to listen to appreciate it. You know what I mean? I do, and I do. Very, and it's not about humble or nothing because still, a good cook, you have to appreciate a good cook. You know?
Well, I really appreciate that, man. Like I said, I've been getting way better at it. Like, look, I may have been a good cook before, right? But I may not have been good at presenting my dishes well, and I may not have.
Okay. Yeah.
I may not have my own banquet hall, right? I've been using mostly David's banquet hall lately to serve my dishes, and I've been getting better at it, and I want to get even better at it. So I really appreciate that feedback.
Yeah, and let me tell you, like one of my complaints, it's kind of a complaint in life, I mean, some people have complaints in life. I have a complaint in life. It's like, I think it's more a male trait than a female trait. Because if you look, I have girlfriends, whatever, and I started talking and this and that and whatever, they listen to you because they're getting something from you. As soon as they, in other words, but they really don't engage. It's more a male trait for some reason. I don't understand why. All this high level thinking is more a male trait than a female trait for some reason. And the part that I complain, I don't know to who, but I cannot complain to somebody. It's not like I can return it. Is females that are more practical, like that lady, that Eve. Practical. She was trying to sell the practicality. I don't know how to contribute. No, she was listening at least, but it is a processing part. This processing part, I think, is a more male trait than a female trait. Females are more practical. They go for the direct jugular. If they were a military, they won't be doing so much strategy. They are just natural killers, I think. They are more. I think it has to do with the baby. It has to do with protecting something.
So
That when you need to put.
Is your complaint that it is mostly a male thing, you think?
Yes, I would love if they had a female that was really, they listen, they appreciate it, but they really don't engage. In other words,
Okay. So I mostly agree with you. It's just I've actually looked into this a little bit. Like, I've looked into this a handful. I'm not like an expert on it, but from what I understand, women are just as capable of processing these things. They don't express it as much, and the reason is that I've heard, like, so this is something like one of the best books I've read on it. It's called The Mating Mind by Jeffrey Miller, and he talks about how, listen, men, like, we're a species where both genders make displays. Women, they may put their makeup on, but the men also have their own displays, except it's usually men don't usually put on as much like physical makeup or whatever. Usually it's a display of what they can do. Like, look, I painted this painting. Look, I look, I killed this buffalo. So the argument that he makes is that women are at least as smart as men when it comes to this. It's just they have to be smart enough to analyze men and judge how well they're doing at it, whereas men have more equipment dedicated to expressing it, to putting on a show. So women have to be just as smart to be able to understand the displays that we're making on higher order levels, and they go, oh, awesome. But it's just not, they just don't have as much of a drive to be as display in general. Some women do. Some women like.
No, some women. I'm not saying everybody. Some women do, but it's the least of them. It's the least of them.
No, I think statistically, the way we make displays, men make displays of action. Women tend to make displays of features.
Yeah. Well, my theory about it is that's why they're the stronger part, because they make us. So we have a biological disadvantage. We were made for them. In other words, because biology controls everything at the end of the day. By being made by females, we come to them. We are displaying to them. We cater to them.
Yeah.
And some people are more aware of it than like me. I'm very aware of it. But it's not like I do it. It's just like I don't do it if I don't need to. I'm like a kind of an asshole about it. I don't play that game, and
Well-
some of them don't like it at all.
It goes both ways. Women do choose men. Like there's I forget the society. There's what they find attractive in their culture in this tribe. They think white eyes and white teeth and being tall are attractive.
Oh yeah, in Africa,
Yeah. No, and so
Yeah, the one, yeah.
in this tribe, all of the men have beautiful white teeth, beautiful
Yeah.
bright white eyes, and they're all tall as hell. Now,
Yes.
it goes both ways though, and it goes into deeper biology. It goes both ways because there's one thing: men like women with bigger hips, bigger breasts, generally longer hair, but it depends on the culture, but more hair, because if you're sick,
Yeah,
you don't have as much hair.
it's
No.
creepy. Yes.
I know. And
That's
if
right.
you have if you have a certain amount of body fat, it means you're healthy enough to be fed on. You're
Yeah.
So, but this is where both of those things, the things that women choose in men and the things men choose in women, are both things that are vital to the success of both of them, right? The wider the hips are on a woman, the less they're going to die during childbirth, which is how everyone comes into this
Oh
world.
yeah, like natural selection kind of selection.
Yeah, being a
Yeah.
tall guy who can see farther, who has signs that his gums aren't diseased and that his eyes haven't been injured, right? He is going to be more successful. So,
My God, that's right. I never thought that way. Yeah,
so really, you've got deeper biology. You've got the
deeper biology.
Yeah.
That's why I'm talking about biology.
Yeah.
And I was thinking about like the returns of the clans, like a futuristic movie, Return of the Clans.
Is
And
this
the
a
Return
movie
of the
that's out there?
Clans, huh?
This is a movie that's out there?
Yeah, I was thinking about it. I was thinking about, writing something like that. And Return of the Clan is basically in the future, the biology. In other words, you'll be in a clan, and your clan is like the place where you perfect your biology. In other words, it's like think about like like the in other words, like it doesn't work on national level, but it does work on a clan tribe level. That always have been the basis of humanity, tribes and clans. So I think they will return in the future in a way of ownership of DNA. In other words, right now they're buying our DNA, they're sharing our DNA, and DNA is not important. But when we take ownership of DNA, and your offspring will be able to acquire the DNA that you want for him or her, it would be a process of the best DNA will win. So the clan will be stronger. So right now we don't have that. Right now it's just the whole humanity is going to the drains. Why? Because they're doing it in a certain way, very very light. But basically, if you're going to have a better humanity, you have to have a better people, better biologically stronger, more intelligent. That's the only competition you'll have at that level. That is the DNA level. And the elite, if you think about it, it cannot be a whole society. No, it's too big. It has to be an elite or a clan. A family. Example, the Mellons or the Rockefellers. They're clans. The Kennedys. They're clans. People think they're not, but they are clans. They are kind of they're no royalty, but they're clans.
Well, it's a lot easier to have ties of loyalty with people who have biological shared interests than with strangers. Like
Exactly.
if you're gonna have a pirate crew, technically you could have the strongest, best one with your family than you could with strangers. But you know, uh, yeah. So I'll say this. I'll say this. I'm not against humanity becoming better than it is. You know, and I definitely think there's a lot to be said about not letting us become worse than we are. For sure.
At least that's
Yeah.
the minimum. Yeah, that's the minimum requirement. Yeah, yeah.
But as like for now, I'm good enough. You're good enough. I don't know.
Yeah, I'm cool. I'm super cool. You know, what I mean,
Yeah.
I don't complain whatsoever.
Hey, so I'm sorry. It's been great
No.
talking with you.
All right, man.
It's
I
starting to
see
get late.
you again somewhere again in Zoom, 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 Zoom. Yeah.
Yeah, well, I think I've seen you once or twice on maybe one of David's other meetings. I gave you my Facebook link if you're on Facebook, if you want to be on my Facebook, buddy.
No, I'm not in Facebook, but I will try to. I'll try to look. Yeah, we have. I think we were in the meeting of this guy with the logos.
Yeah.
The guy was talking about the logos and the logos and the logos. It was time, please, the logos. And then the other dude from England was trying to convince him, and I know he was not going nowhere with that shit.
Maybe it was one of the Kenneth Smith talks. Maybe it was one.
Yeah, I know the England. He had this background with space, whatever. English guy, very nice, very intelligent. But I knew, like, sometimes
Ivan.
you talk with somebody, you know they're not going nowhere. Why are you wasting your time there? Just let the guy have his logo and be happy.
You're talking about Ivan, I think.
I don't know who's that, but
he's got the English accent and he's got a background.
Yeah. Older guy, you know.
Yeah.
So it was nice.
If it is the same guy I'm thinking of, you know, we've got a lot of differences of opinion, but I like talking to him. There's still something there. Like I plan on trying to talk to him a few more times. I don't know. Even if we have differences of opinion, I'm good at just like relating, just having fun with people. But
you know, this is the way I see it. Our brain is trying naturally to attach itself to certain things. And then some people attach themselves and then create kind of walkways with this attachment. In other words, there's a stone and you go around it, but there is a stone. The best is just don't have the stone, so you don't have to go around it. And you have flexibility, the kind of plasticity of thought and action. And for some reason, some people are more need this house, and other people can live in an RV and they don't have no problem. They take their house wherever they go, and at the end, that's the truth. Wherever you go, that's where you are. So we're here in Zoom. Where are we in Zoom? Nowhere. You're there, and I'm here, and we're somewhere else that is not even where we are. Creepy. We're in a monitor.
I like imagining this a window with a tunnel, right? And then there's all of these boxes with all these monkeys stuck inside and go, oh, and they're stuck. That's what
Monkeys.
Yeah. No, well, I guess just if I like cooking so much, and I also like I like cooking because I like eating, right? Like let's use magic, right? Instead, right? I saw a magic show once and my eyes lit up, right? Now I know how magic works. My eyes don't light up anymore. But when I get someone else's eyes to light up, now that's how I get my joy. I've eaten everything as a cook. I don't get much joy out of eating for myself. That you enjoy my food, I really appreciate.
I enjoyed it today. I enjoyed it. Several dishes you did out there. Well, really good. And I tell you, because I don't have no problem of, oh my God, this and that. No. It's like, you know, it was like, oh my God, like judo. It was some kind of judo fighting, but it's not fighting, nothing. It's just like presenting. Oh my God, it was great. It was great. I got a kick out of it. And no complaint about David, dude. It's very nice, you know what I mean, our host. But hey, it's like pulling teeth out of the dude. You know what I mean? Come on now. You know what I mean? It's like Don't be afraid. Look at this.
Yeah, he's an interesting guy. We actually have
Yeah, it's very interesting.
we,
Yes,
we,
it is.
we actually have a lot in common. I think he's just I don't know. He's someone you got to warm up and you got to warm up to. Like
No, I believe so, but in a certain way, it's better to listen than to talk. It's more interesting to listen than to talk.
I think he's a really good listener. I think
He's a
sometimes
good listener. Yes,
think-
he's a good listener.
I think sometimes he's not as interested in others, but I definitely think I haven't always been that interesting when I talk to him.
No,
so.
yeah.
But I guess I was just saying, you know, when it comes to like say that Ivan guy or maybe like Steven or James that were here earlier, I would like to see their eyes light up. I would like to make sure I give something I can say something that they think is tasty. You know what I mean? So that because it's important to me as like you know, if I'm gonna be
That's
good
cool.
at this.
It's cool. It's a good thing. It's a good feeling. It's fine. You know, what I mean, it's just, you know, I'm like a little bit. This is like a kind of. I don't know. I'm more old school. You know, you see it. I'm older, and for some reason, it's very. The problem I have is value. You know, how you create value in your life without money.
Yeah.
And when there is money, the way we give value to things is through money, not to time, not to other things. Money has to have some kind of attachment to it in order to have value. It's not true.
Have you seen The Departed?
The Departed?
Yeah, the movie.
The movie?
Yeah, the Departed. Jack Nicholson.
No.
Jack Nicholson, Matt Damon, Leonardo DiCaprio. Anyways, there's one line that he says that I really agree with because I was a little bit of a bully when I was in elementary school. Like one of the kids I thought was my best friends. I told him, hey, give me your 50 cents. You know what I mean? Just give me your 50 cents. And I just went up to him. I was a little bit bigger than him. And I just went, I thought he was my friend, but I realized afterwards I was a bully, right? Anyways, in the movie The Departed, he says, you know, the day that I stole 50 cents from little Johnny down the road was the day I realized I never had to worry about money ever again. So I don't know. I'm not like a professional thief or organized criminal or anything, but I think that way. You know, I know that I've got skills. I know that I'm resourceful enough. You know what I mean? It may not
You're
be
creative enough. Is having a solution, several solutions for the problem, or having a problem and finding the solution. One of the two.
Yeah, well, it may not be taking money from little Johnny, but I don't know. I find a way of at least being comfortable enough to have Zoom meetings with you.
Oh no, of course. You know what I mean? I gotta, you know, it's really of value. Like I was telling you, if somebody else can have what I want because they want it and they cannot have it, and I facilitate that for them, and they're happy with what I bring them, the facilitation for them to have what I want to, both of us are happy because everybody get their share. And in other words, you are solving a problem that somebody else doesn't want to solve or doesn't know how to solve. And then they'll pay you for it. They may not pay you what, you know, the amount of money, it doesn't matter. But what matters is they will do something that they're happy about because they could not solve. And you solved it for them.
Well, you know, I don't get paid well for it, but I guess just like I see people walking around with a lot of extra baggage than's necessary, that's dragging them down, that they're working hard for. It isn't making their lives any better. It's not stuff they need. In fact, a lot of the stuff they're carrying around is stuff that's bad for them. And it's bad that they're carrying around. So a lot of times what I'm doing, I don't really feel like I'm adding too much. I'm saying, oh, drop that. That's stupid. It like, no, let me rip this from your hands. Not because I want it. I'm just going to throw it away. It's garbage. like quit, drop the garbage. I'm gonna poke you until you drop the garbage. So I don't know. To some people, I mean, yeah, I can see that being like a service or like adding value in some sense. But really, I think I'm taking away bad more than I'm adding much good. Because really, you know, when you burn away all the unnecessary stuff, you're only left with what works, what's good, you know? So like, I don't know. It's a lot easier to keep track of simple things, you know, trying to worry about a lot of stuff. If you just, if you boil it all away, you get to rock bottom.
You're very wise. Let me tell you, you're very wise because that took me years and still to apply it. I call it like flow or not having obstacles. In other words, obstacles is no resistant obstacles. Oh, here we go. Here we go.
Yeah.
That guy, yeah. And if you look at flow, it's very interesting. I love it because it's no resistance. It's not resistant. Flow is not fighting. Flow is just let it, you go around it, underneath it, over it, but you don't fight it. You're not trying to push it or eliminate it because you can't. You're just slow with it. And it's obstacles, really. If you look at all health, business, everything has to do with obstacles. And if you have less obstacles, anything that doesn't move or doesn't flow is because there's an obstacle there. Just remove the obstacle. That's it. But how you can remove the obstacle, sometimes you put it there. And it's in you. You are the obstacle. Anyway, let's leave. See you next time. Okay?
It sounds good.
The best for you. Thank you very much. Okay? Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, man. I'll see you next
Thank
time.
you.
On Company, all right?
Thank you very much, Christopher. Thank you. See you. Bye. Bye.
Hey, you take care. I'll see you next time.
Bye. See you.